Hello? Hello? Question mark? There I am. Okay. More colonist priority stuff. Basically got the UI done yesterday. Basically. Did a little fix up off stream this morning. So it's working good. Working nice and nice. So for the most part it's working. It does shuffle everything around and then the final state is correct. I am noticing like that shouldn't have reappeared there. That should still be. Although I don't know, maybe I shouldn't mark it invisible. Maybe I shouldn't. Let me get YouTube set up here. That should. That should. That's so weird. Okay. Okie dokie then. Okay. Okay, I'm set up. I think we're set up. Okay, I would like to automate that process somehow, but it sounds like a pain. Anyway, yeah, maybe I shouldn't, I don't know, let me get that back. So that feels weird, having the thing that I'm dragging also appear in the list. But then when it's empty, it's like, I don't know. I should maybe highlight the... I guess it looks a little weird because Hall inventory is there. And I don't think I want Hall inventory in there. Because that's just like... That's like a subset of Hall. And I'm thinking there may be like an advanced view where we have those kind of subset colonist tasks. I know there's a mod for RimWorld that does that. Because like... Yeah. Yeah, that's where that sentence ends. So let me take Hall inventory out of there. We're only gonna have 4, so it's gonna look a little weird. We're gonna have a lot more. Maybe I should just put some more in there, just for the display purposes. Rebuild that. I don't know why that was, oh, because we used to have that in there. Okay, we'll delete that. How many rebuilds? How many actions is that? How many thingos? 26. Okay, that's not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, so maybe not marking it invisible, but like maybe highlighting it or something, or just like changing it to like some sort of I guess I don't have a concept for, well, I guess I have some yellow highlights for like the inventory, so maybe I should use something like that to show where it's gonna go. I think it's pretty self-explanatory at the moment though. Not like I need perfect UX at this time. We're mainly just focused on making things functional. You know, make it exist first, make it pretty later, that kind of thing. Okay, so now we're gonna have less in the list. Why are you broken? Ah, yeah. Forgot I changed the name of that. I didn't realize that would break. Dude, blueprints and things like that I really wish could automatically fix themselves. Yeah, I mean this feels pretty self-explanatory. It's just that I don't know what state we get into. It's like going back. I also hate the precision of drag and drop. I should probably grab the X. It's like I would want it would be nice to clamp this to the row, you know? Because then, yeah, like this should be at 4 now, and it's not. So it's not working perfectly, but I think that's just I think I have a similar gripe with my UI drag, not UI, inventory drag drop. I think the same thing's happening there. Where it like works for the most part, but then like this right here, this should be there. I don't know. Yeah, Shay Meadow. I need a female character because that does not look like a Shay. Anyways, the UI is done. So let's go ahead and I'm going to commit this, and we're just going to say colony, let's do implement colony priorities UI. And I guess now we're going to focus on the functionality of it. So we're going to get back into the colony task queue stuff today. Okay, so I need to remind myself how that all works. Apocalyptic, welcome in. What we cooking? Colonist priorities. Colonist priorities. Gonna actually do the functionality today. Yesterday I got the UI. Got the UI working for it. Now we're gonna make it do stuff. I do just have colonist commands right now, so I can join my colony. I can say do task, and then I have a list of just like kind of one-off things to go tell him to do. But now he actually has a set of priorities, and this is gonna have potentially multiple rows. Like you could look at like every colonist in the colony. Right now I only have like 4 tasks to do. Yeah, you can like reorder, so it's gonna go left to right, and then you can reorder and then enable, disable. Oh, I wanted to gray those out. Not important right now. We'll stick to doing functionality. Yeah, you can enable and disable them and then scooch them around. Yeah, the drag drop is not perfect. And I don't think that's my fault. That one was weird. Oh, it's just because I'm moving. Huh? Yeah, this is weird. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna blame Unreal Engine for that one. So, like, actually neural intelligent AI life. No, not quite. No. AI means something different in video games. Okay, so I'm gonna need to pull open the, like, kind of like the task queue. And I forget where most of that lives. It's not in the controller. Although having that open would be nice. I thought that most of it was in the colony utils. I mean, yeah, like bind to stay. Yeah. I need to remember how the hell I wrote this. I know I have colony. Yeah, here's like my handlers, which I should maybe put into a directory. Let me see here. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome. Colonist task handler. State tree states. Ah, I moved it to the state tree. I didn't realize that. On interact status change, set current colonist task. But yeah, those are all going to be important as well. Let me look at the state tree again real quick. Okay, colony task enter. Yeah, let me, I need the actual state tree now too. Here we go. Well, that's the, I don't think I'll need the base there. Colonist state tree, there we go. Yeah, so here's how my state trees are defined now. No more Unreal Engine state trees. It's all C++ state trees now. Good job, bro. Love to see that. Hey, thank you so much, man. Welcome in. Thank you for the schmeckles. I appreciate that. Oh, I want to like your message, but it's not letting me. Okay, I'll heart it instead. There we go. Remember the days of old Stalker releases? The AI there was so ahead of the time. Oh, really? I never played Stalker, so explain to me what was so good about the AI there. Yeah, so colony task state. Okay, so we enter colony task, we enter. Is there anything else I need here? Yeah, colony task state. So there's the def for this state. On success, we go to root. On failed, we go to wander. Okay, so this is basically all I need to worry about. No colony data or task queue is empty. We return failed. So now we don't want to do that anymore. Now we don't want to do that anymore. Because now we have priorities to do. And so I'll probably actually need a schedule as well. I think scheduling is maybe the next thing that we need to do, and recreation as well. And right now I think recreation is just going to be going for a walk. But we will need a recreation attribute and value that increases and decreases, and then that'll lead us into mood as well. We can actually start affecting their mood, which is going to be pretty cool. That'll be fun to work on. So interact data. I forget, do I remove this and add this or not? Do I remove or add? Template argument get I think it's always there. I don't think let me look at the view here. Yeah, I think I just check if it's valid, which maybe I need to remove that. Okay, but it's always going to be there basically. Yeah, maybe we check that first. I don't know. Although that's a lookup right there. Okay, we can just do an early out here, or I should say, and colony data. Now its priorities is empty. So both of those need to be empty for that to fail. I'll just say no tasks or priorities, which should never happen. Right. Well, they could all be disabled. Let me maybe write a quick function on here. Tool has priorities. Just like the super simple for each will return false at the end for each priority. Colony task priority ref prio if Pria be, what do I have here? Be enabled, return true. Otherwise, we will return false if they are all not there. Colony data has priorities. False. Okay, and then what do we do here? Processing colony task, okay. Check if interact action was interrupted and needs to be rebuilt. Okay, so we're just automatically getting something in the task queue. Basically, at Housemaid engine solely focused on the open world aspect and making the NPCs have backstories and believe routines, which back then came with a huge performance cost, as everything was hard-coded. Nothing procedural and caused a lot of bugs, but the modern community always came in clutch with unofficial patches. I mean, I think we could go back even further to get something like that. I think that, I think Dwarf Fortress was really like the... maybe the first incarnation of something similar to what you say, where the NPCs have actual backstories and stuff like that. That is definitely something I want to go for my game. Like, they each have their own, like, kind of traits and quirks and personalities, and of course I will use, like, LLM, maybe like a local LLM for, like, dialogue, so that's really how their personality will come through. But they'll have their own likes and dislikes and mood and stuff. And if that's something you're into, you should play a game called RimWorld, one of my all-time favorite games, if you haven't already. But in RimWorld, each of the colonists there kind of have that too. The backstory, it's not like a super fleshed out backstory or anything. It's really just like kind of like a childhood and an adulthood. So it's not like super in depth, but like it's more so about the interactions between the colonists and what they get up to during the course of the game, not necessarily their backstory. But it's still like all the random stuff that can happen is still like super fun, and it keeps me going back for more. I have like thousands of hours in that game, and I can always pick that up and have fun with it. Anyways, colonist tasks. How is Uncle Unreal doing? Oh my god, I am not Unc, please. No, I'm not ready for that title. Get colonist task handler for the current task type. So really I have to like branch here, right? Also, this comment is a little confusing. Interrupted and needs to be rebuilt. I don't know what it fucking means anymore. I don't know what that means anymore. And maybe this is a function now. Maybe this is a function now for just like get next task. We'll just inline it here for now. If this is not empty, we do that. Else, if we've gotten here, that means we have priorities. Do you have any strong opinion on the topic of super optimized engines like Unreal versus house-made engine development? Well, I don't think anyone would consider Unreal Engine a super optimized engine in today's day and age. With all, I mean, there's a lot of Unreal Engine hate out there at the moment, and it comes from optimization standpoint. Yeah, I don't, my only opinion is that I don't want to write my own engine. I mean, Unreal Engine is an impressive piece of software. Like, it's probably the most impressive commercially available engine out there, right? And the most accessible as well, which I think is what, you know, what allows some games to come out unoptimized, because it allows people who aren't as big of a studio to kind of make games that look super, super good. Yeah, I wouldn't make my own engine. I don't think I want to do that. Like when should you make your own? I mean, I think if you're at the point of like you'll know, right? Like it's kind of like if you know, you know. If you're at the point where you're considering making your own engine, I would hope you're not an indie developer. Either you're an indie developer doing something that off-the-shelf engines can't support, which is not very much. There's not a whole lot that would fall under that roof. Or you're a large studio who would understand, you know, understand when they should make their own engine or not. Okay, but let's look through the priorities. I mean, basically what we need to do is we need to go through each priority here and check if it has something to do. Which means we what? Handler build task, and we put that into the current task. So it's really, everything is built around this task queue. So really, I wonder if we should just like... rather than, I mean, maybe we need to in place here then. Task queue dot in place at get ref. Or I guess it can just be in place get ref. Because we know it's 0. Okay, so I guess I'm wondering how am I going to know to move on to the next priority? And this I need to set this task type basically. So I need to grab the priority off of here. Then how do I know to like move on? I mean, I guess maybe I'll do like a can't just loop through it, but I'm wondering, I don't know if I have this set up to like in a single frame. Figure out if there's something to do for this task. Why Unreal over CryEngine if you are not using blueprints? I don't know that I've ever heard anyone have that consideration. I think the most common one is why Unreal over Unity. I do use blueprints, some. Just because I'm writing in C++ here doesn't mean I don't use blueprints at all. Love the virtual studio production aspect of Unreal Engine and the aspect of it being so open to new developers. Yeah, that's a huge, like, it's having a developer community that like a lot of people use the thing and there's a lot of resources out there to learn it. That's super valuable, right? But I'm still, I'm quite in favor of CryEngine. Love to see games like Kingdom Come. How do you manage your daily expenses and stuff? Are you just like asking for life advice now? Dude, I'm just doing some game dev, man. How do I manage my daily expense? I don't know, like I set up auto pay on my bills? Like what? What kind of answer are you looking for there, my dude? We need to set the task type on here. Current task type. Task target type. That's a great... Ooh, that's a great... It's actually going to be kind of difficult. Then it's like, for foraging, if I just do anywhere... I forget how that works. I don't know if do I have forage anywhere set up? Build ISMC task. Yeah, I don't have anywhere set up for the forage handler. So yeah, now I need to manage, like, where do they go look for tasks to do? For construction, it's really easy because I just have a list of all of the unbuilt things in the colony, and it would make sense that each colonist kind of knows where each thing to be constructed is. But like, when it comes to foraging and, like, you know, going flower picking or whatever, they need to, like, there's going to be some, I want like a perception stat as well that kind of determines how far they can see and how far they can check. Basically the radius that they can find a forageable in, or anything that they may go interact with in the world. So I don't know what like an anywhere would be for forage. I feel like... God, foraging sucks. Maybe I'll just ignore foraging for now. Jed, Cavino, welcome in, guys. I think I'm ready to settle down and start my family. Are you coming on to me? Do you have any advice for a man in his early 30s that wants to make... I think you're being facetious. I hope, at least, Jed. I think you know what you're doing. Are you under any other job or startup which is paying you? Or are you still in... I'm flattered that you think I might still be in college. I am flattered. You know, I do have a job. Yeah, I do game dev in my free time. I don't know, it's not... not too complicated. Like... I hope this is not an offensive question, but have you ever used AI to develop your game? I'm a web developer and have been using AI coding assistants a lot, and I think they work well. I don't find them super useful for me yet. Have I used them? Yeah, I have Copilot installed. I don't really use it that much. A lot of times it's wrong. Like, this was just completely wrong with a bit masking logic, but yeah, you know, they are... I've one-shot a couple functions that were like kind of annoying, like math utils, right? Don't I have a math utils? Yeah. No, that's not my math utils. Yeah. But like, I know... Yeah, doing like a box cylinder overlap, like figuring out the geometry for this, like, I don't have a college education. I never took a geometry class, so like, yeah, using AI to come up with a function for a box to cylinder overlap check was really nice. But you know, this is like a super solved problem. It's like there's tons of resources on the internet for this, and it's a super narrow use case. It's a single function, right? I'm not asking it to make architectural changes to my code base, which is where it starts to break down, right? So yeah, it's just, once you get past the prototype stage of a project, it stops helping, for me at least. Like, the larger, I have tried to use them for my job, where I work in a very large code base that has very opinionated business logic and has been developed over a decade, and it doesn't help very much at that point. I've been writing code for over 10 years now, so I don't really need it for most of the smaller things. Once I'm familiar with it, once I get past that point, it's just not super helpful. And honestly, most of, like, you have to prompt it really, really well, and that takes time. And sometimes even still it's wrong. And then you have to review the code it outputs. So that takes time as well. And when you read code, you're not going to have as good of an understanding of it as when you write the code yourself. So all of that, you have to craft a perfect prompt. You have to review all the code. You have to go back and forth with it. You have to wait for it to actually run and do stuff. You have to like give it all the context it needs. You have to like this function, that function, and this file connected to, you have to hold its hand all for it to like maybe be wrong sometimes, and then also you have less confidence in the output. It's just not that helpful in the long run. Past, like I said, past the prototype stage or past super narrow use cases, like what I said with like this box cylinder. Oh, the DDA traversal algorithm as well. You know, that's nice. You know, when you're just trying to like recreate something that's already been done, super nice for stuff like that. But most of game dev and most of useful products that you'd be software engineering for are trying to do things that haven't really been done. So that's where it just kind of stops to be helpful. What are you guys bantering about here? I was ranting about AI. Little Jedims running around. They will rule the world. They will be secondary because of the little Caminos. Oh, and you guys are gonna go to war, huh? Yeah, I think you two should just hook up. I think you two should just start knocking boots. That's my advice to you two. Yeah, anyways, colonist priorities. What am I going to do here? We're going to iterate through each one and like check if it's valid, I guess. So we build task. Remind me what build task is. So let me look at construct handler. Ah, god damn it, he ruined it. My bad. Okay, construct handler. Target should already be set. Task target type. Yeah, we do need a task target type. Let's just make it anywhere for now. And so duration type. Is that, was it duration type? I've forgotten already. Task target type. Anywhere. Duration type. Forever, I suppose. That's going to be like the default. It's because they, like, if you have a priority, you're just saying, hey, I want to do this until it's done, until there's nothing left to do for that task. So now I just need to make sure that this build task is like valid, and if it's not, I need to move on to the next one. If it is valid, I need to basically break from this loop so we don't set it to something else. Okay, so if there is no colony data or interact data, which that should be the case. I don't know what case that would be for. That should always be the case. Construct action, we're going to get the interact action. It may be null at this point. Yeah, it's probably null at this point. So we make a new one. Make a new interact action. Task is target, the actor should already be set. Task target not equal to target. And yeah, so we're going to set up the... Yeah. Whole debug drawing there. Iterate over the built buildings. Yeah. And I guess I just know if the task is... I should be returning failed for these, right? I would hope so. So we break from this loop, and then we get down here. Get best building interaction point. That's a synchronous thing. Good. And then what would my actual status be at this point? Will I have started it? Where is the actual, yeah, the task to handle, there we go. Do I actually like set that to in progress or something? It's not failed. I guess I should just check if it's, as long as it's not equal to failed or succeeded. I think we can consider this a valid priority that we can do. Task, where is it? Status, get task status. Don't I have a, I think I have some function to check if it's like finished or something. I mean, I guess it would just be this. But that's for the interact. Oh yeah, is completed. Okay, yeah. There it is. Current task is completed. Perfect. If it's completed, or rather, I'll say if it's not completed. Let's say if not failed or succeeded, we have a valid task, yeah. And so basically, foraging isn't going to work at all. And I think I need to come up with some logic for like, so I have the concept of area. Let's go ahead and rebuild this. I have the concept of areas in the game. And so maybe anywhere just checks each area belonging to the colony. And checks if there's any forageables in there. We also have tree chopping, which I didn't actually implement yet. So that one's interesting as well. So anywhere is almost like, I almost want to check as they're moving around as well. Should they? Let's think about this. So if I have a colonist whose highest priority is foraging, if he runs past a forageable object, I would think you would want him to grab that. That's kind of hard to implement because then I have to like basically constantly be checking for everything that is doable. Because there's other priorities as well. Mining, tree, like if you run past a tree, you know, chop that fucking tree. So I don't know if that's really what players would expect. I'm curious. I mean, is that doing anything? Did that do anything? I think we need to belong to a colony first as well. Did we get here? No, we didn't. We didn't get there. Did we get to this? Did we get to this state at all? We do, okay. Yeah, what does my colony data look like? Priorities is empty. Wait, why is that empty? Oh, because I haven't, yeah, because that only gets populated when you join a colony. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, we just failed it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Let me make him join my colony and see what happens. So now we're here. So he should have priorities now. Yeah, there are his priorities. Construction is first. Yeah, so we get here. Current task is just like a default task. Then we set the task type and everything. Yeah, so this is going to be... Well, I guess if we get to the... If we get to the end of this... I should probably just return success here. Well, no, because we could... Oh, there's so many branches now. How do I want to handle that? Return failed or succeeded here. Well, I do want to return succeeded as in like we're doing something. But yeah, if we get past this, we should return fail. Yeah, I think I return succeeded here and then return failed here. Although this nesting is getting... Okay, so if there is an interact action, we will just early return success, reduce a little bit of the nesting. Although now I need to return success here as well. Oh god, there's so much. And then if we don't have a handler... Yeah, I guess if we don't return, we'll just do this then. Continue to the because like, yeah, if we don't have a task, this shouldn't happen really, but if we don't have a task handler for the given task, like that should basically not be allowable in the UI, but if that ever happens, we'll fall through to do the priorities. And if we get through all the priorities and there's nothing to do, we fail. Although I'm pretty sure that there are some priorities that are latent, or not, priorities, tasks that are latent in terms of figuring out if there's anything to do for them. Was it hauling? I have a lot of to-dos in this one. Oopsies. Oopsies. This is nice to see. I did mark it successful when there's nothing left to haul. Gerbo, welcome back. Happy Sunday. I thought I did have something that was latent. Am I not remembering that properly? Maybe not. All inventory. Oh yeah, I think it was this one. Does hauling do that? Yeah, because I didn't want to run it on the game thread because it gets called from blueprints. I don't have that same constraint here. Oh no, yeah, it's right there. Yeah, basically, yeah. So we don't know if hauling is successful or not. How goes the ultimate god system you're building? I don't know if that's what I would call it. How's it going, Worm Juice? Welcome. Working on colonist priorities, trying to figure out... I'm going to handle a few different things here. One of which is like foraging anywhere. Like I just don't know what I want that game logic to be. So it's like you definitely wouldn't want your colonist just running all over the world trying to find things to forage, because then he would never move to the next priority. And also he'd be way the fuck far away from your colony. So you would think like maybe just within a certain distance of your colony, but then how do you define the location of a colony and the distance from the colony, right? I would need some algorithm to like kind of wrap, you know, where all the buildings in the colony are. It would have to be some 3D thing as well, because there's, you know, we have underground caves, we have a z-axis to deal with. Unless it's a streaking colonist, then it's allowed once in a while. I don't know, I think your colony, if you do that, I think your colonist is going to end up dead. Going to end up wandering into some dangerous areas. I was thinking just maybe like keeping it to within, because I do have the notion of areas in the game. Like you can place an area and you can say which tasks are allowed to be done in that area. So if you have like a section of trees you want chopped down, you can just put an area there and then you can tell your colonists to go chop trees in that area. So maybe anywhere is really just any area that is placed, right? So you kind of have to mark things to be done, which is a little more manual, but it means that your colonists are not getting themselves into trouble, which I think is something that would bother players quite a bit, right? Because this is also going to be a game where you leave your base and explore the world. So you don't want them going out and doing things that you haven't explicitly told them to, because it could be things that are dangerous. So that's one thing that I need to consider. Another thing is just in the code here, like when I'm iterating over the priorities, the priorities are in order. So I want them to do one thing. If there's anything to do for that thing, they should go do it. If there's not, move on to the next thing. But for hauling, it's actually latent. So maybe I need to auto set the status to started here or something. That might fuck other things up. Let's just look for the term status. That's also like some really specific bespoke logic here too, which is just going to make these kind of harder to work with. And I'm kind of not happy with this system, although it is coming back to me fairly quickly now. Maybe it's not all so bad. I remember hating it when I was writing it because there's so many little caveats. But maybe that's just how... Because these tasks that they do are very specific things that require very specific logic. So maybe that's just how it is. You know, it's going to be kind of a pain to get them all working together, regardless of what type of overall architecture I have for it, for facilitating it. Teach me your ways, coder. No, you got to teach yourself that. If I teach you, it won't stick. If you teach yourself, you'll be a lot more successful, I promise. I also just don't have time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, so I didn't see anything that was keying off of this field in the other ones. So I think maybe I can just manually set that, because I shouldn't be on, you know, this is not going to be a blocking call. Well, actually it could. This is, maybe I need a current priority field. I mean, I'm already calling build task here. Do I need the, don't I have something here? I thought I had something for the task queue. Process task queue. Maybe I just push a bunch of things into the task queue. But no, because I want them to recheck it after they're done with something. Okay, so the problem I have right now is that hauling, I don't know if it's valid or not until the next frame. I don't know if there are things to haul. Now, I could force that to not be the case, but that means this state tree task is, I mean, it has to happen at some point. I guess I just didn't want it blocking the blueprints, because some of these get built from blueprints when the player gives them an explicit task to go do, which kind of interrupts any of their priorities that they have to go do that thing that the player tells them to. But I didn't want that to, like, I mean, it shouldn't be that bad, right? The thing about hauling, the reason I don't want that to happen is because I have to check like you have to check a lot of things, and it could become a very expensive thing. I mean, maybe let's just force it to happen. Let's just force it to happen. Well, I might not even have an interaction task yet at this point. Fuck. Vic. Because I need the interact action to be built here. Because each one has a specific action that it builds. Do I need to put that into a function so that I can call it externally as well? Yeah, maybe build interact action. That's probably the cleanest way to do this. Yeah, let's just do that. That's the only thing that's coming to mind as to how to do this. And yeah, we can make it a blueprint native event, so blueprints can have something to say about it if they so choose. We'll call this build interact action. And what information would we need there? Entity context object for sure. Let's go ahead and rename that to just entity context as well. Shorten it a little bit. And interact data, I suppose. Do I care? Yeah, task to handle probably is going to be relevant, so let me just take a peek through here. It's mostly just interact data in entity context object. So then we just call make interact action. Task to handle is there as well. So yeah, task to handle, we would want that. Okay, so let's do interact data too, which is a pointer. And I guess we can leave it as a pointer. Although if I do that, I don't think I can't have that in blueprints if I do that. So it does need to be a ref. That under build task. What are you mad at now? Declares an additional function. Wait, why are you mad at me? F interact is not okay. Yeah, that needs to be blueprintable. Blueprint type as well. Why not? And I guess while we're at it, we can do blueprint read write. Just, I mean, it's a fucking strong pointer, so I can't actually do anything. Okay, how about, you know what? Never mind. It doesn't really make sense. Well, I'd have to create some functions to get and set the interact action. You know, I'll handle that when we get there if I ever need that in blueprints. Okay, so we have that. No default implementation doesn't really make sense. But then I guess in every single one of these we want to override that. What do I want? What did I call it? Build interact action. Yeah. Okay. No need for the super, but we do want to go boop, boop. And then let's call build interact action here. Yep. Why are you mad? Oh, right, because this is a static. I mean, yeah, we can make it. It can be static. Oh, shit. No, it can't. Not for blueprints. Can't be virtual and static. Fuck. Oh, God. Okay, so it's not going to be blueprintable. So I need to do the same thing I did here where I like wrap it and then create a static for it. Ah, that's so annoying. Oh, dear. Okay. So static. And then should I just return the interact action? It would need to be a T-strong pointer. I mean, we'll keep it as is. I do need to return here. Yeah, so we do want this to return a U interact action, I think. This all seems so boilerplatey. Because if I return the U interact action, I mean, that's fine, but then that makes it seem like it's not getting set on the interact data. And at that point, I just shouldn't, probably just shouldn't put it on there. But that is what I would want to happen everywhere, so it's like not really saving me anything. Because the logic here would basically be if current task dot I mean, I guess if interact data, if there is no interact action, well, no, I will want that to happen first, right? On the current, let me look at this. Yeah, so I would need to set the interact action before building the task. Would that fuck anything up? I don't think so. Because, like, they all by default wouldn't have one. Because we're just starting out the priority, and we would never get back to the state tree loop until we're finished with it. Hopefully. Because we would have an interact. We wouldn't get back here unless we don't have an interact action. So I think we can set, so we would go interact data, interact action equals handler build interact action. And I don't have entity context here, do I? I don't have something that is entity context. I do think I need that. I mean, I can just get... Oh, I would have the proxy actor. Okay, let's do this. So let's hoist... Yeah, let's hoist this. So we go auto... Proxy actor is perfect. We use it for both anyway. Can we pin it? Wait, what? Is it a weak pointer? Oh, it's a strong point. So it's already pinned at this point. Do that. Makes this a little cleaner too. Proxy actor. That is the context I use for the other one, so that makes much more sense. Interact data as well. Add a ref. Build interact action. Yeah, so I did say I want that to... It's gonna return, but I don't actually need to do... Okay, so do interact action, yeah. So it's kind of hiding a little bit of logic, and I don't know if I like that. It's not being very straightforward about what it's doing. It is setting this, but then I would want it to be set on construct action as well, which it would need something like this thing would be. Right, I would want to like cast it, which is the same thing I do if I didn't return it. Although it is showing that these are refs, so it's like, yeah, these might be updated. I don't know if task to handle, maybe make that const. I feel like the output param should always be at the end. Yeah, that's not static, so we will want that static version. Okay, so static void. I think we are going to go with the void. Build construct interact action. Same params. I don't want to inline that. F interact data. Now we also want the same params. Yeah, we put that there. Oh dear, just stop that. Just stop the execution. Build construct interact action. Hash to handle. Yeah, we're not doing anything with that. So then we take this static. We use that instead. And we also do there. So that I can use inheritance to figure this stuff out. Okay, so I think that's the juice right there. Build interact action. I did change that to const. Swapped the param. Build interact action. Resolve, please. Hello? Return type. Forgot about that. Okay, so construction I think looks good. Yeah, so now we just need to do this for the others. A lot of setup, which is kind of annoying, but is what it is, I suppose. All this to just make sure it's consistent across the board. Okay, so let's implement that virtual function. Build, interact action. Yeah, do that. And then I'll call this like build, forage, interact action. Yeah, that. Let's create that. Thank you. Thank you, writer. Static. Oh, no const necessary. Object. It kind of failed to name these very well. Let's rename all these entity context objects. I think it's pretty evident that it's an object used for context. We don't need to explicitly spell that out. Make the code a little bit terser. More terse. Terser? The tersiest. Okay, so build forage task. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so this is actually oh yeah, I need to change this actually. So the forage doesn't actually have its own. It's just going to be build ISMC interact handler. This is just a generic, I need to go interact with something in the world task. So yeah, forget everything I just did. It's all useless. We are overriding build interact action. Which is all of this. Ooh, and then we rebind a status change here. That will be important. And so this ISMC action, we'll still want to do that in here. Basically everything that's not that part. We'll call this build ISMC interact action. Make that declaration. We'll throw that at the bottom, I suppose. This is actually where the logic goes. We just build some C interact action there. New line that. Bing, bang, boom. Interact data is not const. Why did you make that const? That is no longer needed, and then we will pass that in there. We need to dot get here. Yeah, that's fine. And then bind. Oh, we do want it to be mutable there for that. Okay, so we need to go back through. Change that. Shit, okay. Well, we're learning. Yeah, the colonist task to handle can get mutated. Now I have to change. Well, I think there was actually. Is there a built-in way to do this in Writer? I think there is. And I think it would. You can change signature. Yeah. I don't use this very much. So, colonist task. Does that do it over? That didn't change the base one. If I go to the base one, will it change all the other ones? Oh, I guess it probably doesn't understand. Hang on, redo that. Yeah, it doesn't understand the Unreal Engine macro part. Not macro, but I don't know. Does it? Yeah, it does. It does. It'll do that. So redo that. I just need to change this one manually, which is not that one. This one. Yeah, it doesn't understand this part where the U function macro actually creates the implementation function. Sort of useful. So now I don't think I need to go change that in every class, although we can completely delete the forage interact action, I think. Because this extends from the ISMC interact handler, and that'll just provide us the implementation. Build forage task, yeah, because we're just basically going straight forward to the interact handler. Is everything resolving at the moment? Did we? Yeah, I need to use that change signature utility more. That was nice. I would have had to go through and like change every function again. Nice. Okay. So is this implemented properly? I think so. Yeah, I think everything in there is correct in Mimdo. So now we're going to move over to the hauling handler and do it. Okay, so override build interact action. There we go. And then we'll need a static. Get rid of that useless import. Let me check this other file for imports that we don't need anymore. Okay. And we'll call this one just build hauling interact action. Yes. We'll create a static version of that, just as we have all the others. You made it const. It doesn't understand. Yeah, I guess it makes sense that it doesn't understand. It should just use the same type and honestly the same names as what I pass in. But I mean, this is fine. I'm not just I'm being picky now at this point. Okay, so let's grab that implementation. Yeah, we're binding to status change there as well, so we do need that to be mutable. The oh god. The colonist task, we do want that to be mutable. For surezies. Task to handle, colonist task. Okay. The build hauling interact action. Use that there as well. Did I update that in the interact handler? Yes, I did. Okay. On to haul inventory, which will be our last one for the day. They don't have any more. So we call this build all inventory interact action. Yes. Create that. Okay. Give me that. Make it static as well. Okay. Okay, so now we're done with that. Now we are done with that. Little refactor there. Okay, little side quest. All to just get this latent hauling thing working. So yeah, build the interact action first. Let me put a comment here as to why we're doing this. Build interact action first, as some handlers use it to perform latent setup. Does that make sense? Is that going to make sense to future Mydron? Hello, Sylar.
It's John C.
No, it's Stevie Ray Vaughan. No, shout out to both of you. Can I do double shout outs?
Why are you running?
Stevie gives me shout outs all the time. Welcome in, guys. Oh no, I have to wait 2 minutes before I get a shout out. I didn't know that.
We got him. What the dog doing?
Welcome in, guys. How's the stream, Sylar? Stevie, welcome in. If you don't follow Stevie or Sylar, you should. They're both great Unreal Engine devs. You should also follow Jedim and Kavino as well, who were in here earlier. Which is weird. Yeah, I guess it's to prevent like shout out spam or something. I'm sure there's some bot reason to not have that. Well, welcome in, guys. How was it? What were you working on? I am working on the functionality for colonist priorities. So, and actually, I think I can build this now. Perfect timing. But I previously just had colonist tasks, like kind of one-off individual tasks that the player could just tell the colonist to do, and they'll just go do that thing. Just kind of one-off, not repeating or anything. You can kind of like set up a task specific. You can say, hey, go do this thing, go chop that one specific tree, go build that one specific thing, or just build any, constructible thing. But now I'm actually making priorities to where that's kind of like what they fall back to if they don't have a specific command given to them by the player. So it's kind of like their it's like a list of priorities, as it sounds. And so I'll show the UI here in a second. Oh shit, Sylar, right? Yeah, there you go. Little late, but stuck the execution, so that's good. Made a very dirty looking tower, Power Wash Simulator Tower Edition. Oh, is that the, are you doing like the fucking shitty, rusted, poop stained tower, level 1 tower? And then it upgrades into a pretty tower? Is that how it's going? Or is it just dirty because you haven't finished it yet? I just caught you writing a note and asking, will this note make sense to future my drawing? Oh yeah, and then I completely forgot about that. So thank you, Stevie. It was this one. Yeah, so my colonist tasks, they're all super specific logic for each one. Right now I have constructing buildings, I have foraging for forageable things in the environment, and I have hauling. So you can haul the inventory or haul things off the ground into colony storage, into the proper storage areas or storage containers. And for the storage stuff, so a lot of this some of this gets called from blueprints, because when the player talks to the colonist, they'll be like, hey, go do the player can say, hey, go do this thing. And it gets called from blueprints. And for the hauling stuff, I have to check a lot of things to determine what should be hauled and where it should be hauled to determine if it's a valid task to be done. And I don't want that to be called from blueprints because it could be performance intensive. So I don't want it to block the game thread, basically. So I was just going through and trying to change up the flow a little bit, and I made some virtual functions to call to... It's basically this build interaction line here. I need to pre-build the interact action so that when we build the task actually can figure out if it's valid or not. This frame. Because I'm looping through each of the priorities. And I need to check, this is my is valid check. If it's valid, we're succeeded, right? If not, go to the next priority and check if it's valid. So the comment is build interact action first, as some handlers use it to perform latent setup. I don't know, I feel like I would know what that means, because I did remember that something was latent, and I was like, what, didn't I do something latent here with some of these that I need to handle? So I think I'll know what that means. Voxnal got a new name, more iconic. Joshy makes, are you Voxnal? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I'll know based off the random shit you say, so I'll probably pick up on it. Just dirty as it was a smart material that I added. Well, I still think you need the poop-stained level 1 tower. I still think that's important. What is not compiling here? Oh my god, spare me. Spare me. You're really gonna make me rewire this. Just because I changed the name. At least it was only 2. That could have been very annoying. Okay. Came into a banger of a song as well. Okay, so here's my UI. So this is kind of, it's small and shitty at the moment, but like, this is going to be used for multiple colonists as well. Like, I'm thinking eventually you'll need to build a, or want to build like a kind of town hall type building. And then from there, there'll be something you can interact with to where you can set all colonist priorities across your colony to where you won't have to go walk up and find each one and change their priorities. But you can like kind of click and drag. And so it'll be priorities here, and then like I'll probably put like the character portrait over here as well. I'll align it like that. And then there's going to be more than just 4 here as well. These are just the first 4 that I have. But then there'll be multiple rows for each character. So I'm going to reuse this UI for that. And then you can enable and disable them as well. I'll probably need to gray out the icons, I think. Yeah. Those guys like, oh yeah, forage first, you know, if there's anything forageable, and then do construction if there's anything to construct. Although I think this is probably the order. I think this is my default order, right? Because construction is kind of a finite task, right? Like there's only ever a certain number of things to construct. Whereas foraging, that can kind of like, that's for sustaining like food source. Just from natural sources, because there's going to be like there's going to be farming. It's going to be Farmville. Or for the old folk, for the unks in the chat, who remember Farmville. Facebook game. Very addictive when it came out. But there will be like harvesting and planting, which will be different from foraging. We have chopped trees. That's like for construction material, basically. And then haul things. So if they have something in their inventory, they'll go put it away. Or if there's something out in the world. Uh-oh, what did I do? Hello, please? What happened here? Oh, so apparently my code sucks. So equals same to, oh god, we have like oh no, we have an infinite loop. Uh-oh. 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 We had... Wait, what is... And then we entered the interact action. It doesn't need to be on a new line. Oh, I need to check if these are enabled too. That's another thing. And actually, let's not do that there anymore, actually. I think that's a much more gooder way to do that. Anyways, back to this, whatever this crash is. What? It's so hard to read this meta programming state tree that I made. Like, it is so hard. Last status was failed. Do I have... I didn't have the... don't actually have console logs for this, so I couldn't actually tell what these state transitions are. It was just when this was ticking. What logic would I have done that would have made this infinite loop? If colonist task queue is not empty, yeah, handle that. Return to, it was saying failed, so I'm just gonna restart that. Let's see if that happens again. Okay. I am very excited to work more on the Colony Sim side stuff instead of all the infrastructure type things, foundational things that I've been working on for the past several, honestly, most of this year or last year now. Sorry, we're in a new year, guys, if you didn't know. Okay, so we basically had him join our colony, and then after that it like crashed. Yeah, okay, so we crashed. Is it an infinite loop? Get CDO any thread. Oh, what is this task type? Chopped? Oh, we don't have a handler for this class. Handler class is null pointer. That's why. So I need to make sure. Wait, it's null. How did we get here then? I'm literally checking it. What the fuck is this shit? What are these question marks in my memory? Oh, I guess that this is a subclass of pointer. Okay, but okay, so it's not a valid class though, is the thing. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I think is that what I need? I should go look at the task handlers, first of all. I think there's maybe some nulls in there. But it should handle that gracefully, I think. I shouldn't crash just because there's an empty class somewhere in my entity data. So this is going to be in like Colonist Warrior, yeah, something like that. Task handlers. Yeah, okay, we do have a none in there. That's why, yeah, I literally don't have a handler for that build yet. But that's, I mean, I should handle that gracefully. Okay, yeah, now that handles gracefully. Cool. Now, one thing I realized that with that big ass stack trace that I had, it's actually going to grab It's going to try and build. I should only do one per frame. Honestly. Because that's going to be, it's going to do all of those back to back to back. I still think, even though I made this work synchronously, I still want to have that, because then it would take 2 frames. That would only take 1. Yeah, I think I need to store like what the last checked priority was. And if we get to the end, we need to set it to none, basically. T enum as byte, just the task type. Say last checked priority task type. Yeah, otherwise we're gonna get some pretty bad hitching if there's nothing to do. Because it's gonna check every single one every time. It would be nice to not have to check and just know at some point when there are things to be done. That's kind of hard to write though. That means I'm going to need to keep that tabulated for every colony, rather than just checking on the fly. It would be more efficient from a CPU cycles perspective, but it would not be more efficient from a memory perspective, which is, I think, what my bottleneck is more so. Can you make a game that when it starts up, it closes itself and uninstalls? Yeah, I suppose I could. Probably ship that tomorrow. Although, I don't know, can you automatically uninstall a game from itself? I feel like that's kind of intrusive. If a game could uninstall things on its own, that feels kind of dangerous. I feel like that shouldn't be possible if it is. The implications are not good. So maybe no. Maybe the answer is no. 5 stars. Do I actually want to do this right now? So now we need to find... at the next index. This logic is kind of annoying to write. It's going to make it a little messier. I do think it is necessary. It is necessary. I'm thinking like the flow of how often this would get reached. Like, yeah, this would actually cause a lot of work to be done when there's nothing to do. I'm wondering if I need to, at the very least, share this logic. for the colony, for a given colony. Oh, I would need to completely redo things. Would I need to completely redo it? Maybe not. Just redo what I've written so far, I suppose. What are you coding? I'm trying to code up some colonist priorities. I have individual tasks where the player can just give a one-off task to a colonist. But now I'm working on priorities where it's just kind of an order of operations for what each colonist can do, and that can be set by and changed by the player. But I'm now kind of realizing that going through all the priorities and checking if there is something to do for that task type is going to happen a lot when there's nothing to do, because it's going to go through and check each task and try to build it. And for some of those tasks, it's kind of expensive to figure out if it can be done or not. Like hauling, like I have to check a lot of things, a lot of storages and situations and stuff to check if things need to be hauled. Because we're also going to have different priorities of storage and different, like there are different allowed storage settings. So there may be something in an incorrect storage or in a lower priority storage that needs to be moved. So, I mean, I do have to iterate through all of the shit, all of the things that are stored to check that. And I'm thinking, like, I need to, at the very least, share that computation with the entire colony, instead of just like checking that on the fly. Yeah, that's a better way to handle it, which means I'm going to need to make some heavy changes. Probably the colony controller. The colony, I need to change the colony into an entity, and I need to start assigning some colony data to it. Or is it rather some entity data? I need to put this into ENTT. Be efficient, and then I can look up the colony entity and check if there's any work to be done, and it's like kind of like a pre-computed thing. I'll just have to make it as memory efficient as possible. And I mean, really, just storing a bit, like a Boolean, for whether or not there is something to do for that task, that's pretty low memory, and I could totally get away with that. And then I can perform the computation for like what should be hauled and stuff. The hard part about it is then anytime storages change, maybe it just needs to be cached. Like not anytime storages change. Like, I gotta start writing this shit down because this is gonna be okay. So colony, let's maybe not strike through it. Colony priority optimizations. Okay, so one thing I need to do, change colony controller into entity data. And then, yeah, I don't think storing like what specifically needs to be done is that realistic. That's kind of complicated. One that's just kind of complicated to work with and keep updated. But I think just storing the fact that there is or is not something to do, and then caching that something to do. So I would need I would basically need to store a hash version is how you would want to do that. Like a version number that is hashed based on the state. Oh god, that's gonna be an annoying hash to come up with. So change colony controller into ECS entity data. I need to do that. And then I need to, the next thing is to probably, like the bare bones implementation is just like store if a certain task type has things to do. That's basically the easiest version of that. But then I would need to also for that update that. Or I would, so either I have to update this anywhere that task changes, which that's a nightmare to keep updated and maintain, or cache any computation with a version hash, or I say a hashed version in order to not have to rerun the computation to check if things need to be done. But like the coming up with that hash and checking if it's different, like that's just, well, no, that's just in addition to the first one. That doesn't actually preclude me from needing to do that first one. I would need to do that in some form, either when I come up with the hash or when it changes. And that doesn't really save me much. Fuck. I wonder if a lot of Colony Sims do just have those like hooks and updates for like invalidating the cache. Which would cause bugs if you forget one. You'd see a task like it would get left not undone when it needs to be done. Maybe I can just have like an update interval for how often we should recomputate. I mean, that's still if I'm thinking about like the end game where there's like a ton of shit in the world, that's still a lot to fucking do. Store if a certain task type has things to do. Another option is to only recomputate at I'll say after a certain amount of time. Recomputate? That's not a word. Recompute. Yes. This would be performance. This would be better than not, but still be performance intensive at end game with a lot of colonies. I mean, I think this is the move, is to fucking anytime, basically anytime. So for right now, hauling is the worst offender right now. So anytime something gets, it would be anytime, let's like start iterating these. Hauling, anytime something is put into storage. It would be put into, not taken out of. Right? If you take something out of, yeah, we don't care about taking out of storage. And for haul inventory, that's an individualistic thing. So at the very least, we can store some colony level information, like the checking the character's inventory. I think we can just do that each time. That's going to be pretty finite. inventories aren't going to be exponentially large and infinite like like an entire colony can have as many storages as possible. So that's the bottleneck. I don't get much about this, but couldn't you have an event queue for each type, and then the player marks a thing to be hauled, it just gets added to the event queue for that type? Well, nothing is going to get marked to be hauled. That's the thing. It all is going to be automatic. So there's going to be different storage containers with storage settings, like a priority. Like there's a higher priority storage and a lower priority storage. Like the colonist should put things into the higher priority storage first. And if the player another one is changing storage settings, we would need to recheck as well, which is priority or allowed. You can have certain storages allow certain, like you have like a wood stockpile over here, and then you have like, you want to keep your food somewhere cold or something, you know, you want to keep your wood next to the lumber mill, right? That kind of stuff. I will have a job queue as well, or kind of one-off things that the player may want to get done. So when the player configures the settings, it does a check then, and then when an object spawns, it checks what other scenarios would you check. Well, that's the thing, is like I have to figure those out, and then like every new colonist task type that I do, I have to make sure that I'm handling all of these scenarios and making sure that this little bit for has something to do gets set properly. Otherwise there's going to be bugs. That's why I was like resistant to it at first, because it just seems like a nightmare to code properly, but it kind of seems like that's going to be the most performant thing. Hauling is the most annoying thing in RimWorld, and I'm surprised it would be a complex system to design. Hauling, there is some mods for it. Stevie, you're a RimWorlder? If you haven't, you should download the pick up and haul thing for RimWorld, because like by default they only pick up one thing when they have an entire inventory. Like my hauling is already a little bit more sophisticated than that. My hauling, like they go pick something up off the ground and then they check, hey, it's not, because it is a traveling salesman problem, which is a notoriously difficult problem to solve. The mine's not quite that sophisticated, but it at least checks if there's something closer to pick up than the storage. Like every time we try to continue the hauling task, it's like, hey, is there something I need to pick up closer, or something I need, or a storage I need to haul something to closer? Do that first. At least my characters use their full inventory already. Whereas RimWorld, they only grab one thing at a time by default, but the pick up and haul mod fixes that. And dude, it makes like, because usually in RimWorld, like having a dedicated hauler is so fucking important. With pickup, it still is important with pickup and haul, but it's at least a lot better. It's not as necessary early game, at least. And for something like foraging, I think I'm going to do it by dedicated areas to forage. So it's like when something regrows in a forage area, you know, I would need to set that bit for like, hey, there's something to do. There's a forage thing to do. And I still will have like skill levels for these things, so I'm planning on having, I think I'll do some allowed colonist settings on certain areas or something. 1 second. And then what else? Chopping trees. Like there's just, yeah, for trees regrowing too within those areas. And then what else? I have construction. Construction's easy. And that's not, I can just check if there's unbuilt buildings. That one's not very difficult. I already kind of maintain that data. I think it could be interesting to be able to set global item type priorities. So the player could always say check and move raw food first, and check and move raw material chunks last. That feels like such a hyper optimist. That's such a min-max player thing, it seems. I think I would just do that based on the storage priority. Like whatever the highest priority storages are, handle those ones first. Don't ask me about my playstyle. I mean, I do like a little bit of min-max and stuff too. Like I like being efficient and but it's like on a per item basis. That's like yeah, I mean, I think I just have to do this. Thing is, like, if I'm gonna have shit for like, no, I can still do this. Man, this is a bigger thing than I thought it was gonna be. I thought I was just gonna be able to shoot off the tasks, which I still can. That can work for now if I wanted to do that, but like I already know that that's not going to scale. That will not scale. Oh boy. Okay, let me pull up the colony controller, which is a U object, so I need to change that. Yeah, so all this data needs to go into entity data. Okay, I'm gonna commit what I have here and just call this like naive colony priority implementation. I have no idea if it works. But I just want a clean slate to work with. Okay, so let's start moving this into entity data, essentially. Where would you be? You would be in here. I already have so much. So we need a colony piece of data, right? Colony, just colony info. Should I put all of this on there? Or should I should probably put it into individual data types for more efficient cache locality. Honestly, each one of these variables could be a different piece of data. Let's just make one file for this. Use struct, well, let's include the colony data generated. Our first one, just F colony data. I suppose this can just be just this kind of like bland information that we don't really need to look up very much. make those T object pointers. F colony colonists data. Array T object pointer. I don't know. Can I have that as a? I forget if you can do that for blueprints. Now, all of this has to do with colony buildings. I still think I'm going to split it up a little bit. Colony buildings data. We'll put buildings and unbuilt buildings together. Use struct F colony beds data. Seems so weird to have a piece of entity data for just beds, but I don't know. Is that going to be that important? I don't know. Maybe we don't need to cache that kind of information. What are you making and coding for? I'm doing some game dev. Just working on my own game. Chairs. Colony faction. I think I want to put that just in colony data. Looks like I do have to fully include that. Although, I don't know. That's kind of a big struct. Yeah, that's a big ass fucking struct. Okay. Yeah, let's put that in its own thing. Use struct. Hang on, let me look up faction entity data. I mean, I can basically reuse that. Okay, we'll reuse faction entity data for that. Yeah, do I need to store the fucking chairs? So I also need to refactor my building system to stop using individual actors for each building and instead use instant static mesh components. And they're also going to be entities. So I guess I would just be storing an entity ID in this list. Which I think is going to have to be an int64, unfortunately. Rather than an int32. Maybe an int32 works, though. I'll have to do some math to figure that out. But anyways, I guess I'm just asking, is storing caching chairs memory, is that worth the memory that it's costing? It's probably not that much. Do you also document tech debt? I mean, this is just free time hobby programming, so this isn't like super serious, like what I would do for my job type programming. I have a bunch of to-dos, and I have a big doc full of things that I need to do. That's about as organized as I get when it comes to free time stuff. Colony chairs data. I guess we'll just keep it the same for now. We'll determine at a later point if it gets to be too much, which I don't off the top of my head. I mean, because I need to look up where to sit when they eat food, basically. And having to iterate over every single building in the colony is kind of a lot. It can be, at least in-game. Then I need to turn this into utils functions. Join colony. Num buildings created per class. What do I use this for? Oh, that's for the names. Interesting. Okay. Suppose I can throw that in the colony building data. Does that compile real quick? That is not a... Oh, right. Yeah, I was just forgetting if I can have an array of T-object pointers exposed to blueprints or not. Seems fine so far. Yeah, let me change all the other ones over. I think that's fine. I hope. Yeah, it looks good, I think. Okay, so now that we have that, I need to like initialize the colonies themselves somehow as well. Right now, the only colony I have is the player colony. Let's search for colony controller. Where does this get created? Stop messing up my view, writer. I'm looking for things. Stop. Oh my god. Away. Away. Default colony. Yeah, where is this? Where do we assign you at? Oh, okay. We just, if it's new game, create one for the player. Okay. Yeah, nothing. I don't have like a super sophisticated world colony system at all. That's probably something I will create at a different time. And yeah, we're just doing if it's a new game. Otherwise, it'll be serialized. Yeah, I guess I just create, so I'm going to change default colony into F entity. Basically, IGS Ghost, welcome, my man. We don't want that. We can make that visible anywhere, I guess. There's no point in editing it. Instanced doesn't make sense anymore either. Colony, oh right, because you can have multiple colonies as well. I don't know if I use that anywhere. Oh, I say when I'm serializing. Which I probably it's not gonna work for a little bit. Maybe I just delete all that. I think I just delete. Yeah, I'm just adding to that, so I'm not actually like reading that information at all. And then the default, I set the default colony equal to the first one. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna delete all this because I need to make another pass at serializing all of my entity data anyway. Just delete that. Just delete that. Okay, default colony. Yeah, new game, entity subsystem. Let's create a new entity. And then we need to start adding all of the entity data. I guess let's like make a... I guess colony controller can kind of turn into a statics file. And so let's just do, well, this can return an F entity, I suppose. We'll like create new colony. That's what we'll call this. So return an F entity. First of all, static F entity, create new entity. Or new colony. I suppose I would want a leader. Although maybe I should probably change those from actors to entities as well. Colony leader and owner can be different, but those are going to be entities now. Colonists now can also be entities. Yeah, we don't want to do actors at all. The buildings are still going to be actors for the time being. Assigned beds. Wait, why am I doing a T-map of player character? Change that to entities. Oh boy, tons of stuff is going to break now. Is it better to start learning Blueprint or straight into coding? That would depend on the person. I would think. It depends on what your goals are and what you already know, what you want to know as well. And if you need to even learn how to code. Create new colony. I think every colony by default needs an owner and leader, maybe? Although I'm kind of thinking about like the flow of setting this up for like external. And maybe they don't by default need one. Yeah, maybe this is just, raw setup. F entity, colony entity. Oh, yeah, wrong thing. Colony entity equals entity subsystem. Oh, I guess I need some world context object here. Get the subsystem. Okay, we have the entity subsystem. Create entity. Yeah, we just get a new entity, and then we're going to just start adding data here. And so let's move this over. Colony data. It would be nice to have a proxy actor for the colony so I can inspect some of these values in the vlogger. So maybe something to keep in mind. Add entity data. Default get ref. Not colony entity data, colony data. It's going to be kind of an annoying distinction. Can I import that, please? Thank you. How you been doing, bro? I've been good, man. Been good. Took a little bit of a break from the streaming, but we're back into it now. Just kind of a combination of being busy and also the types of things I was working on just weren't super good stream material. And I guess I'm not setting any of these to anything. Which makes me like, do I even need this setup function? Should I have this data when I don't? I mean, I think so. Yeah. I think so. Yeah, we do want the faction entity data. Import that. Oh yeah, and I need to delete that because that's going to be separate. Colony, no. Once again, wrong AI. F colony colonists data. F colony beds data, yeah. Beds and buildings, and then chairs. Feels so weird to have that be pieces of entity data, honestly. But, okay, so that's kind of just like the base setup. Back into the player character equals U colony controller, create new colony, yeah. And then we want to grab the colony info here. So we'll go F colony data. Which we should have, so I'm not going to check. Not going to check. Equals entity for both of those, and then the colony faction. We'll grab that separately. F faction entity data. Colony faction data. Faction, set it equal to the player faction. Okay, so that setup is done. Now what? Now I need to rewire all of this stuff on the colony controller to where it needs to go. I think I'm gonna take a quick break before I do that. Take the dogs out, grab a drink, that kind of stuff. Yeah, let me take a break. I'm gonna take a quick break before I just dive deep. Okay, so BRB everyone. Give me like, probably about like 10 minutes. Okay, we're back. All right, let's start rewiring all of this stuff. I mean, I guess I could just delete it and then the compiler will tell me where to go. So we'll do that. We'll also need to change all these functions to statics at some point. That's going to actually be a little bit more annoying. And I guess this is where I should use, like I said, I should use the use that chain signature thing. Okay, well this is the first place I need to do things at. So I guess I'll just start here. Start by changing the function signatures. Return type. Can I make it? There is no way to change it to static unless I change the return type to static void. It doesn't like that. Well, that sucks. I think maybe I can do that late. I think maybe there's an auto. Well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Add a parameter. Can I scooch that up? There we go. I will need a U object pointer for world context. Oh, and we put the name there. Oops. Okay. Still learning. Still learning. And then I want f entity const f entity. Colony entity. Ref qualifier. No accept. Okay. I will correct calls myself. Did that work? Interesting. Okay. Entity subsystem, there we go. And then I need to grab auto colony buildings data. And every colony should have that. We'll just, I guess we can use the structured bindings, right? Isn't that what these are called? Structured bindings. Can you do that with a struct? I think so. I think you have to do it with everything, though. So I have to do that with this one, too. Which we needed anyway. We also need the beds information. Cannot bind to... Not bind to public data members of class. Okay, so are TMAPs just not supported as structured bindings? I don't know if I care about figuring that out, so I'm just gonna do it the old-fashioned way. Oh, it's because it's on the wrong piece of data. Yeah, that makes sense. Still no. Non-class, non-array type. Oh, because it's a pointer? Yeah, that's why. Okay. Now that's just like off the side of the screen because of writer. I guess we'll just do that. Auto. Colony beds data. Yeah. Add building. Building, we need to add the entity. Chairs. I guess we don't need to look that data up if we're not going to add to it. Unassigned beds is an actor. Although we should just change this to be entity. We should change all these to be entity. Yeah, we should do that now. We should do that now. Goodbye, pointers. Nice knowing ya. Yeah, we should do that for sure. Okay, that one is fixed. God, this is gonna be a lot of work to this is gonna be a lot of busy coding work. So I hope you guys are. I hope you're all ready for that. I mean, if I'm gonna have to go correct these anyway, I don't know if the change signature was worth it there when I can just copy pasta pretty easily. Yeah, and then change that to static. I guess the change signature is better when it's like an inherited function, because then it actually will change it across multiple files. Remove building from colony. Belongs to colony equals this. Yeah, need to update that. Building object actor. Yeah, we should change that to F entity. Then I was gonna grab this. Get all of that. Does it make more sense to do entity context here? Let me see where this is like used at. Remove building from colony. I guess I can grab, I guess for this I can grab the, if I'm using the actor, I'm gonna change that away from actors. So thinking about the future, it would be on an ISMC. Does it make more sense to use entity context here or world context entity? And then building would be an entity as well, which maybe I should just change that. Am I just doing a building refactor now? Have I moved on to doing that? Building entity. I mean, I think if we're adding a building to a colony, it makes sense to do it like this. Oh man, but all this stuff is going to be, oh man, yeah. Building is blueprint. Yeah, I don't think we're ready for that yet. Don't think I'm ready for that yet. Okay, let me just re-grab that. Buildings by class, building set. Shit. Yeah, maybe I can't change all those to entities, because then I don't have any way to look them up. Look up the actor, which has all this stuff on it yet. I could do that. It just seems like a separate thing. Do I want to change all of that back to pointers? I kind of do now. I forgot how much data I stored on the building actor itself. Which of course I could just change that now, but I feel like that's a side quest. A distraction. God, I'm just thinking, what do I want to get myself into right now? What am I signing up for? What am I signing up for? I don't think I'm going to do the building things yet. I think we're going to leave those as not. It's easy enough, I think, to change later. Well, I say that. It's going to be a whole ass thing. So never. It's not easy enough to change later, but that's why I'm not doing it now. That's what I mean. Why am I only removing from unassigned beds there? Probably should remove from all, but that's how it was before, so I'm going to leave it that way. So if that's a bug, I will find it out later. Okay, continuing. Assign bed. Why only player here? Should I just delete the functions I'm not using? I mean, I know I'll need them eventually. But it's just, everything's gonna change. So yeah, let's just, if they're not used, let's just delete them. The beds are probably broken right now anyway. Yeah, I used to have a sleep. Right now they just sleep on the ground immediately, wherever they get tired. I used to have beds working, but then it became, getting the animations and stuff to line up with the bed became kind of a pain. Get construction candidates for an interacting actor. U object world context. Const F entity. That one was trivial. Why is that not resolving? Oh, because it's const as well at the end. Okay, there we go. This maybe AI could maybe do this for me. Although I only have 2 functions left. That would have been an interesting test. The thing is, like, there's just so much stupid little nuance that, like, it doesn't understand, like, when to use a const object and when not to. Like, I mean, sometimes it gets that stuff right. Maybe even most of the time. If I have to, like, type out an example for it to go by to get it right, it's kind of annoying. Am I intending to copy here? I don't think so. We should do a ref. The buildings by type, outbuild. Yeah, we're adding to a new array, so. I'm thinking maybe I want a function to just get buildings, because there's several functions where I only do that. Whoa, welcome in. Yeah, let's just get buildings in colony function here. Get colony buildings. We would want that to be const, and then we would want, yeah, a colony entity as well, and then we can I say, like, why did it do all that? Oh, right. Because it's a, oh. I forgot about that. Do I care about this then? I don't know. I seem to iterate over it fine. I don't know, maybe it is useful, because it's like I'm kind of doing it anyway. Although I kind of hate having to allocate new memory just because I store it a little weird. I think I'd rather just have the caller deal with it instead of making a function. Find item in colony storage. This one, am I already, colony is this, colony controller. Get buildings by type, which is a static now, so. This seems a little weird, because then it's just gonna call back to this. This is a weird interaction. Find item in colony storage. I think I kind of want to move this. Or move get storage buildings. I think maybe moving get storage buildings. Move get storage buildings to colony controller. Now we need these params here. Do I care about that? There is no colony. I don't actually need that. I don't actually need that. Get storage buildings is in U colony controller, which we are already in here. Colony utils. We would want to update that one. And then that one is fine. Okay, so this class seems done. A building set. I want to probably change that to colony data. Okay, so this is going to break in a lot of places, and I would like you to show me. Colony data. So we need a... Am I intending to... Belongs to colony... Yeah, that needs to change. Belongs to colony needs to be an F entity. Hello, welcome in. Doing well, doing well. Just doing some pretty major refactors here. So nothing like super exciting at the moment. Trying to work on colony priorities. The colony, I guess we can keep that. Although I don't know. Yeah, that doesn't really... where can I get world context from on here? Yeah, I guess before I didn't need that. Well, shit. Okay. And I guess the items to store. I mean, that should have a world on it, right? Or maybe I just need to pass in. I think I need to add a world context here. I think it's probably just the best. Okay, so I think that's probably just the easiest there. World context and colony data belongs to colony. Is that not correct? Oh, that was passed in twice. Okay, yeah, that's good now. I think that's cool. Could just explain a little better. Thanks, so I get better context about the stream and what you're doing. Thanks, I might subscribe 100%. Yeah, sorry, just in the middle of working on stuff right now. So, I'm working on refactors for a colony priorities system. I need to change my colony storage system. I was storing it in a U object, so now I need to change that into my ECS system for performance reasons. It's because when I'm checking for which colony tasks can be done in a list of a colonist's priorities, like my naive implementation was just doing the recomputation for every task, which can be pretty performance intensive. Because things like, you know, if they need to haul something, I need to iterate over basically all of the storages on the colony, of which there could be many, and there could be a lot of things stored in storages, and different storages have different priorities and different allow lists of what can be stored. And I realized that when there's nothing to do in the colony, we're going to be like checking that every time the colonist looks at their list of priorities, and that's just not going to scale. So I need to deal with that. So I'm just making some refactors to handle that better. So we've got kind of a long road ahead of us, actually. Kind of a long road ahead of us. Yeah, we're just going through and fixing everything to where the colony is an entity. The colony is an entity. Colonies can have entities in them as well, which would be colonists. Can control colonists. Oh, I have to look up the colony owner now. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, but now I need to actually get the colony data. So I guess I have to grab the entity subsystem. I kind of hate having to have world context on the subsystem to grab all this information. We want the F colony entity data. No, colony data. I kind of want to make a global for this. Like I kind of don't like that I have to pass a world context to everything to access my entity data. But the subsystem is nice for getting in blueprints. But it's like everything in blueprints I usually just use a static function for anyway. So maybe it's not worth using a subsystem for this anymore. Because yeah, that is kind of annoying that I can't just globally get things. And I have to do this lookup every fucking where. But I just try fucking do that. Oh, and this is an actor. Okay, so then I have to get entity static here now as well. Which, that was not too bad. Anima, welcome in. Love making colony systems. Yeah, I'm getting excited about it too. I'm happy to be moving on to this kind of stuff. I've made a lot of designs on a project, haven't actually coded much in that project yet. I just enjoy thinking about it every now and then. Yeah, I do too. There's a lot of things you can do with it, a lot of different ways you can go, a lot of decisions to make. Excited about what you're making. Well, let me maybe tell you about a dilemma I have. So right now, all I have working is like the player giving the colonist like ad hoc tasks. Like you walk up to a colonist, you say, hey, go construct buildings anywhere. And he'll do that one task, and then after he's done, he just goes to his default logic, which is just to wander around. And that's just going to be for my, like, you know, hey, I need something done, grab the nearest colonist and do it type thing, right? But they'll have a list of priorities to do, right? And so right now, the things that I have are construction, foraging, tree chopping, and hauling. And when I got to, I never, because like there's different, let me show you my colony data, or no, it would be colony entity data here. Colonist, yeah, let me look at some of these colonist structs here. So I have a task target. And so you can target one thing and just say, hey, go pick that one mushroom, or go haul that one thing. I can say anywhere, which I've said is all targets that belong to this colony, but that doesn't make sense for every task type. I can say within a certain radius, and then the player can define what radius to look for things in. And then I also have player buildable areas, which creates like this little voxelized area that you can the player can kind of draw on the world. Now, my dilemma is what should like the default task target be for something like foraging, where it's like those are things that grow out in the world, so they don't like belong to the colony. You kind of have to go find them. So saying anywhere like, doesn't make that much sense, because it's not like you would want your colonists just wandering around the entire world, indefinitely looking for mushrooms to forage, right? And so I was thinking maybe it's just any area that belongs to the colony, defined for that colony. That was like maybe that's the default task target for something like foraging. There could also be like player built things. Like, I know there's going to be farming and stuff like that. So you can go plant things and then you can go harvest those things. Maybe you can, like, you know, create your own little grow ops for mushrooms or something, and that would be the foraging skill. I don't know about that yet, but there's also like mining. And so I'm thinking maybe the player has to specifically mark what needs to be done. Like, if you find a mining node out in the world, which will be pretty big, I think. They're not going to be like WoW mining nodes where they're just like one little tiny node. You wouldn't want to send a colonist all the way out there to do that and then come right back, right? I also want like little mining camps to be facilitated as well. So colonists would spend longer on a node, on a mining node. So I'm thinking like you might have to mark the node for mining. Or do the area for the node. Or it could just be, the other option I suppose is I would have to make a system for like determining what the colony's territory is, which would be something that I maybe want anyways for other purposes. But kind of defining the territory that a colony kind of controls. Like, I don't think there would be like a control system, but for purposes of saying, like, you could say just like anything within a certain distance of the colony, which it's not like that would be a circle or a square. It'd be kind of like it would be a complex 3D shape. So it'd be that would be a little bit more difficult, but that's another option. I've been through the same thought process. I haven't decided on a concrete idea yet. I've thought 100 different ways to do it, and I still can't make up my mind. Yeah, it really depends on what kind of game is being made. Because, like, it's different, because for mine, it's going to be a lot different because it's an RPG colony sim. So you're playing from a player perspective. So not from a top-down perspective where you can see everything in the colony happening at a moment's notice, right? So I do need to make it, like, really... I need to make it work well, right? And I need to make... Because usually in Colony Sims, when you're playing like something like RimWorld or any of the other, like a lot of the other ones, it's a top-down perspective. Like, you can see mistakes happening and you can correct them and change the priorities and stuff like that if you need to. Or change like, oh yeah, don't go, I marked that one incorrectly, don't go over there and do that. But when you're playing from a player perspective, it's a lot harder to correct that. So I think I need to be pretty smart and pretty explicit about what needs to be done. And I don't think... maybe anywhere doesn't make sense for some things. So yeah, a lot of different ways to do it, and that depends on what kind of game you're making, for sure. And then it's like, can you set the task target for a priority? Like, it just requires a lot of UI as well. I'll probably also have a job board system for kind of like one-off things that the player needs to be done, that the player wants done or something. I don't know. That was actually Turning Cog's idea that I thought was interesting. I think maybe in the tech tree you can like research the job board, and then you can just kind of put ad hoc things like go craft a couple shirts, and then it's like the next person who has the shirts task enabled will do that. But that could also just be defined on the crafting table itself. But the thing about, like, because in RimWorld you define the bills on the individual workstations, like the jobs on the individual workstations. But that only works because you have the top-down perspective, right? I wouldn't want to have to walk up to every single, and you might have multiple, tailoring stations or whatever, crafting stations of the same type. So I think having a centralized location to do that would be would be easier for the player. And, you know, maybe at first you just do it at the individual workstations. So that kind of teaches the player, like, here's what these individual workstations are for. And then once you do some research, you can research the job board and then build it. And then you can kind of figure out what that's for. But I think that's an additional thing in terms of the priorities. Because what I wouldn't want is for you to have to set up a bunch of jobs on the job board that, you know, the colonists complete and then they do nothing because all the jobs are done. It's like, well, I want you guys to fall back to doing something useful, right? While the player's gone out exploring. In a world where the main game is Colony Sim and colony management, you'd be on top of that, right? That managing the job board would be the game. And I think there was a game, Dawn of Man, I think it was called, that basically had that, and that was the only system they had. I don't even think you could tell an individual person to do something in that game. But I think for me, I can't only have one thing, and I need it to be pretty high fidelity. Onboard entity to Colony. Hellcat, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, I just don't know what the defaults for like something like forage, something where you have to go out in the world and do it. I'm leaning towards you have to explicitly mark them. But then that it like, my thoughts for that was also like, if I wanted someone to be my forager, and when there's nothing to forage, he can haul things where they need to go. Let's say he's on his way to go haul something, and he walks past something to be foraged that he didn't see before. I would want him to fucking pick that up, right? Otherwise, he's not very useful. So I think for some things, the colonists aren't going to be as useful. And, you know, foraging maybe is just one of those things that kind of doesn't scale with the game. Like, you kind of scale out of that as a colony. Unless there's maybe some certain dishes you want to, or certain potions you need mushrooms for. I think maybe foraging is, because foraging is collecting something that requires no, actually no, I have a forage skill, don't I? I have a forage skill. It's like wild, like berries and mushrooms. Maybe fruits as well, I don't know. Coming from Dwarf Fortress, one thing I still think that is missing from RimWorld is that you can set jobs on working stations themselves. But once you have a manager appointed, you can set jobs and your dwarves automatically get them done on whatever is the appropriate job site. I mean, RimWorld has that too. And you don't need a manager for it. Coming from Dwarf Fortress, one thing I still think that is missing from RimWorld is that you can set jobs on workstations themselves. Yeah, I mean, RimWorld has that. That's how you get the jobs done. And you can like set who can do it and stuff like that. And you can have a required skill level for someone to do the specific job or bill or whatever it is. Belongs to Colony. On board. Yeah, this needs to change to onboard entity to Colony. This needs to change to const f entity Colony entity. And then I should actually get the colony data and add the colonist in there. Auto colony data. Yeah, I kind of really want to do that subsystem change. Colony owner, no, I don't want to do the... I guess colony colonists data. I mean, you don't set the jobs on the workstation itself. You have a menu. You have a menu screen that you set jobs without having to go to the actual job station. Oh, in Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, okay. The job is not even stored on the job station itself. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Different ways to handle it. Different ways to handle the same thing. I mean, both work. I don't know that, I mean... Because in Dwarf Fortress, how would you say, do different workstations have different capabilities for the same task? Because I guess that's where the alternate system would be better at. Because like in RimWorld, you can have, like the workstations get bonuses based on where they're at. Like it could have a temperature bonus, or like lighting matters. Like if it's in the dark, it's not, you won't work as good there and you might make mistakes. And it could be around other things that give it bonuses, like little, they have like little tool cabinets and stuff that give them bonuses. I've never played Dwarf Fortress, so I don't know if that's in Dwarf Fortress, or if workstations have, if every workstation is the same, I think that system makes sense for that. But when the workstations are different, you'd need a pretty capable UI to be able to specify where you wanted the colonists to work first. Like what is the better... I mean, maybe you just have a number for which one. Maybe it's a straightforward number as to which one is better, so it's not difficult to figure out. There's no nuance to it. Yeah, I think, dude, we should just make the subsystem. I kind of just want a static inline the registry on there. I wonder if that would cause issues. Making it a shorter word might be nice as well. Do I even need this? No, I don't. I also don't want to be using that lock. I have fine grain locks that I should be using. That might have been slowing things down a little bit, actually. Interesting. I think I can just make this static. Then I could static const registry. And the registry doesn't need to be like... Oh, I guess maybe just static then, not const. Next entity ID. Ooh, that needs to be serialized. Something I'll handle at a later point though. System mutex. Yeah, I don't know that I want that anywhere. Probably shouldn't be using that. Create entity. Oh yeah, that one does. I do need it there. Creating a new entity, I'm pretty sure you have to lock the whole system. This doesn't even do anything. Am I fucking using that anywhere? That doesn't do anything. Oh, this is in an old state tree struct that we can just delete. Oh god, here I go. Should I should probably shelve what I have. Shelve everything. Oh god, not that. Not my unversion pile of crap. I guess if I shelve, it comes up with a modal, right? So I don't want to shelve the entity subsystem changes. Can't believe I never thought about this before. Whip colony colonies, yes. Colony controller to entity. Okay. The JVM Bender. What are you developing? I'm working on a game. Working on it's a RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combo with procedural terrain. Procedural destructible terrain. I'm specifically working on like Colonist priority system, but I think I'm gonna do some refactors to my entity subsystem. I think Dwarf Fortress doesn't have that, yeah, but you can set from the manager screen for a job to be done on a specific station and or by a specific dwarf if you want. Yeah. I guess both is ideal, right? Both is ideal. This on Unreal Engine? Yes, it is. To do, try this out. Okay, and why couldn't I have static here? What was your deal? Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. Cannot have an in-class initializer. I should probably just put this in one of those. Yeah, we should do the little trick here. I don't know why I copied that. Namespace. Well, I want it to be serialized. Well, I can still serialize the global scope. I can still do that. F global. I'm gonna say static. Or no, can I do inline here? Isn't it inline static? Yeah, there we go. So that'll work. That works fine. Inline static next entity ID. Okay, so now all of these I think can be static. Which is interesting. Does support world type. Although, see, now I can't get world here. Clean up. So should I fucking... I have to get the game mode from the world context. Ugh. I wish grabbing the current loaded world was a lot more straightforward in Unreal Engine. Because there's like nuance to it, right? Thing is, I don't use like world partition or anything like that. I have my own custom partitioning system for my procedural terrain. So like I only ever have one world loaded at a time. I only have a single world, so can I get a list of worlds? Dedicated servers. Oh, interesting. Multiplayer. That's a whole nother can of worms then. Yeah. So I guess there would be different world instances like on the client and the server and shit. A good thing that RimWorld has that makes that make it not having the manager system not matter that much is that you can copy paste settings. Yeah. Although I usually have like, I wish I could kind of just save some defaults for my next playthrough. So I always have like on my like cooking stations, I always have a specific setup. That's kind of annoying to set up each time. It's probably a mod for that, I'm sure. Depends on the context. Game mode. Yeah. I guess I just pass in world context though. Okay, so we're making different changes now. And then I guess wherever this is used. Or I guess that we can just do this at that point. Clean up. Is there not? I thought this was used from like game mode or something. Okay. Does support world type, get stat ID, should create subsystem. Those are all like the built-in subsystem things. Tick. I guess we just delete that. I don't use the tick anymore. No more, maybe just U world subsystem. No more world tick subsystem. Little tiny bit of performance there. That one's already static. Create entity. System mutex. I guess that needs to be static as well. Static inline static mutable. Oh, can I not do mutable on there? I'll be applied. And this was just for const functions. I mean, I guess, yeah, that doesn't matter anymore if it's all going to be static anyway. It's all going to be static anyway. It doesn't fucking matter if it's mutable or not. Subsystem equals this. So now this, I don't need to pass in the subsystem here. This is interesting. I could add func map, add func. Yeah, we need to change that signature. Funky Town, USA. Is that everything? No, there's no way that's everything. Yeah, no more const. Goodbye. I'm getting hungry. I am getting hungry. Get entity data BP. That literally doesn't do anything, so I'm gonna delete it. Did I already? Oh yeah, I wanted to delete. Yeah, it was used, but I wanted to delete where it was used at. Yeah, so delete that and delete. I should delete everything in here, actually. Things I never cleaned up. I'm not going to, because I don't want to, but I should. Destroy entity. Do I don't lock on that though. So I don't know if I need to use. I'm just gonna leave it as is. It's working, so I'm gonna leave it as is. And we'll fix it if it breaks. Call add func. Yeah, we didn't want to add that. Now this is gonna be a pretty sizable change. And rebuild. Everything is static now, no? Static. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's see what breaks now. Oh, a lot. Ambiguous call to overloaded function. One's const. I guess that, does that matter? I guess it doesn't matter anymore. And that they're one and the same now. Bless your heart. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sure that won't bite me in the ass at any point. Okay, God, so these aren't going to actually fail. Okay, here's where I want to change the name, because entity subsystem base, because I'm going to have to type that out as the qualifier now for the function. So I'm thinking maybe just entity system. Is there even a point for it to be a world subsystem now at this point? I don't think so. I mean, that's just for it to get it in blueprints, but there's no blueprintable functions on it anymore. So yeah, I don't even think it makes sense for this to be anything other than a raw C++ class. Oh boy, I was not expecting to make this kind of a change here. Additional references independent code. Please select which one of them you'd want to rename. Yes. I don't know why that showed up. Yeah, rename all of it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Entity system. Okay, I guess what I need to do now is look at the mess that I've created now. Oh no. Okay. Now here's a guy that doesn't need to happen anymore. So yeah, I'm gonna need to do a lot of that. And I no longer need to ferry the subsystem. Oh, this is going to be so much nicer. But also a lot of work. These are one of the things where it's like the sooner you do it, the better your life will be. Well, I just have to bite the bullet. I might actually just do this off stream. This is going to be pretty fucking boring. It's just going to be me making changes. I mean, that's kind of what it always is, right? I guess there's probably a pretty easy refactor I can do here. I probably subsystem, replace that with entity subsystem. Look how many there are. I'll need to do the same with entity, the full. Ooh, that's a good. I should do that one first, maybe. Otherwise, it's gonna get all weird. Yeah, let's make sure. I don't really care about caps. But yeah, full word. Let me just peek through these real quick. There's going to be a lot of cleanup where I go through and like delete that. Like there's a bunch of members on each of these things that I would need to clean up. I can't believe I didn't think about doing this back when I like made my original like when I changed from my actual subsystem to ENTT. That's probably when I should have done this. Yeah, but I think all these are pretty safe to make. Fuck it. Replace all. 109 plus occurrences across 39 plus files. Yep, surely nothing bad will happen. And then we're also going to do that with just subsystem pointer. This one is going to be... I don't think I ever generically named any variable subsystem that wasn't the entity subsystem. I don't think I did. But we'll find out. Yes, we will. Okay, 116 files changed. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, so now we probably need to Oh no, I named it the wrong thing. Easy change though. Entity system, it's not a subsystem. It's not going to be a subsystem anymore. It's just a system. I don't know. Should I make it even more terse than that? I could. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Oh shit. Here I go again. There we go. There we go. Okay, now that resolves. Entity system. This could just be a fucking namespace. This doesn't even need to be a class. Although I think I do want to inherit it, maybe. Yeah. That would help with compile times. It would, yeah. Yeah, no, it's not, I don't even want a U class anymore. This isn't even going to be a U class. So initialize, deinitialize. Yeah, I don't care about any of this anymore. Wow, this feels liberating, I gotta say. Wow, look how nice and tight this file is without the Unreal Engine fluff on it. Nice and tight. Yeah, I mean, should I change that name now, though? I don't want to name it U entity system now either, because that implies that it's a U object, which it's not going to be. Okay, so, project-wide renaming again. U entity system. What do I call it now? Just like... Could just call it entity. My entity, to differentiate it from ENTT, which is a very nice namespace. It's very nice. That's a nice terse namespace. Should I call it my ENTT? It's gonna take some getting used to. Entity system, I like that because it's nice and it is verbose, but short and sweet. Short and sweet. Is there something more better than that? Entity system, just entity stuff. That's a little shorter. Because it's like the system on the end of this is not doing any explanation as to what it is. I could just call it the... There's probably an entity namespace already in Unreal Engine that I would conflict with. So even if I just wanted to go entity, it would probably have to be my entity. You don't have to tell me you love C++. Only one type of person would make the "it should have been a namespace" comment. No, I mean, I walked that back. I walked that back because I did want to inherit from it. So it does need to be, you can't fucking do namespace inheritance. that would be fucking so silly though. Because it's like you have a class, a struct, and a namespace that can all mostly do the same things as each other. Mostly. They can act in the same ways. Although, you know what this makes harder? Well, no, I'm going to say never mind. I was going to say it would make testing harder because it's a global static now, which is no for modularity, right? A no for modularity. But I think I want to use the real entity system. Like I want to use the real thing. I wouldn't want to like mock it or anything like that. So what I would want is just little setup functions that populate the entity system with what needs to be in there for the test. So yeah, I do want to inherit from it to add a little bit of because I'm thinking about this in terms of like if I were to put this in a plugin, what stuff is specific to my project in here and which stuff is generic that would work for any project. So I do have an extension of the entity system, which I think I would call my entity system. So maybe I leave this one as entity system. It's short enough, right? I could just call ECS system. I don't like that because it's like ATM machine. Entity component system. I don't want to call it ECS. Just ECS base? I don't know. Okay, here we go. Drawing ECS. Hell yeah. I don't know if I want to call it. I don't know if I want that in my code base. It's kind of funny though. And then it's funny because like I always prefix classes with my, because like that's like the hello world example of like when I'm inheriting from like a library or a framework or something, and I'm adding my own functionality on top of it, like I would call it like my ENTT, my state tree, you know, like that's my implementation of Unreal Engine state tree or something like that, if I were to extend from it. And so it's funny, what's funny is if I name this Drong ECS, my subclass version of it would naturally be called my Drong's ECS. And that makes, I mean, I feel like I have to do that now. That's just like kind of too perfect. And now if I ever stop streaming and end up working with another engineer who doesn't know me by my Drong, be like, what the fuck is Drong ECS? Fuck it, we're doing it. Send it. Okay, so now my entity subsystem is now my Drong ECS. Oh god, there's a lot of usage. Executing order 66. Okay, perfect. Okay, so the initialize here, this needs to be called, what was nice was that this got called automagically, but I think I'll probably have to just put this in game mode initialize. Call it statically. And yeah, that collection doesn't make sense anymore. Dude, life gets so much nicer when you typo in word Drong. Okay, we're gonna have to save Drong to dictionary. Project level, yeah, that's project level or what's the difference between project level and solution team shared? I think I would want team shared, right? Oh yeah, we do want to prefix it with F, right? That is the Unreal Engine convention. F my Drong ECS. Yeah, we'll do that. Same with Drong. F Drong ECS. I don't know. This isn't even specific to Unreal Engine anymore, though. This is a completely detached from Unreal Engine system. F my Drong. Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. So I kind of don't want to do that, actually. Change that back. I don't. This could technically work outside of. Well, no, I have a T strong pointer right there. That's a my thing. That's a me thing. So maybe just F my Drong ECS. I don't know. Well, I'll fucking leave it there. I don't give a shit. Who cares about the F? Who cares? Okay, what's broken? Show me what's broken. First of all, before I forget, let's go to the game mode. Where is my... See, like, for instance, game mode. I called it my project game mode. Maybe I should just change that to my game mode. Yeah, let's shorten it. Fuck it. We're changing everything now. My game mode. Yeah, I think I would want that core redirect. That's probably a pretty important one. Anyways, I assume you have some function for startup. I mean, it's an actor, so that would probably be begin play. And I probably have that implemented already somewhere. Yeah. So in play, we would want to... Oh, there we go. We can already get rid of that. We don't need you anymore. Initialize each processor. Yeah, we don't need to have that there anymore at all. And here's a good example of where to use the change signature. Delete that. Yeah. What is this? Declare global shader. What? No, I don't want you to. That has nothing to do with this. No, thank you. I don't need that. And then where do I store the B is processing isn't used anymore, so turn that off as well. I think it's in the subclass of this. Entity processor. Where is my entity processor? There it is. Yeah, so we don't even need that anymore. I don't even need a my entity processor anymore. Unreal Andy, howdy. Hello. I'll leave it there for now. God, everything's changing. It's all changed. Nothing will ever be the same. Okay, my game mode. But you're good. I do need to just directly call before we get here. Drawing ECS initialize. Or no, my drawing ECS initialize. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't need that anymore. I didn't know that this is what I would be doing. I didn't know that this is what I would be doing today. This is not what I planned on. Yeah, we don't store a pointer to it anymore. Well, it's nice that it's going to tell me where all those are broken, because yeah, I don't need pointers to that anymore. God, there's going to be so many fucking changes. Coombsy, welcome. Same. Wait, what is same? Oh God, everything's different. This is my drawing ECS. Yeah, it is nice. The T-object pointers are what's telling me, which is nice. Why aren't you using the new writer default theme? I am. Although, do I need a reason to not use that other than not liking it? If you mean the color theme, I've always used old school Darkula. That's always been my flavor. I don't like the it was Visual Studio, I think, is where they got their colors from. Visual Studio or VS Code. I do not like those colors. I find them very assaulting to the eyes. The contrast is too high. Yeah, no longer need that at all. Dude, this is gonna be so much fucking nicer. Yeah, Darkula used to be, that's the, basically, I don't know if it, I haven't written Java in IntelliJ in some time, but that was the old IntelliJ defaults. That's where I got used to it at. Oh, thank you. What is it? Got a sandwich. I did just mention I was getting hungry. Hang on, let me take a bite of this. She put hot sauce on it for me too. Sandwich spawned, yeah. The sandwich subsystem. How was I doing that before? Oh, I think I replaced them all with drawing ECS. But this will be good because that means I'm not going to be importing the subclass when I don't need to. Yeah, goodbye world context object there. Oh, it's gonna be so nice. I can just statically do things from blueprints without needing a world context. Is entity dead? This is crazy tech. Fucking crazo. God, these are so nested. Okay, so I do still need world context object there. I don't need the subsystem. Okay, hang on. Let me just rebuild, get a fresh list of broken things. Give me the fresh broken things. Ooh, this is nice. I don't have to pre-populate the subsystem on there. That's pretty sweet. Dude, I am... You know what? That deserves a, for not doing this before. I don't know why the hell I didn't think about this before. Okay, now give me a fresh list. You're awesome? No, you're awesome. Okay. Yeah, we need to delete all those. Why is this one wrong? Oh yeah, we don't need a... We should never need a pointer to that anymore, ever. Ever. I do need world context for this one, though. Because I do need to get the game mode. God damn, man. Is there a... So there's game mode, there's game state, there's game instance. Are any of those gettable without world context? It's like, I just need, like, to be able to grab some settings. Like, this is GCD time, global cooldown time, which I would like to be able to set globally, but then also expose to blueprints to tinker easy and override and stuff. I wonder if I should make a C++ copy of this. Of just like some global... Am I falling down the rabbit hole of like every junior programmer? They're like, "Joe, just put everything in global state. It makes it so easy to use." I'm kind of feeling like I should do that. And there are things that, I mean, usually the problem with global state is that, like, everything can change it. And that's kind of the danger of it, is like you don't want it to be able to change from everywhere. But for this kind of stuff, it would never change over the course of the runtime. The only time it would change would be when I initialize it. Which would be like on begin play of game mode. Let me take a bite and think on it. I could make it kind of just want to do it. I kind of just want to do that. Okay. Let me... Okay, and we're just going to add a file here. Just call this game mode settings. .h. Pragma once. Namespace. Fgame mode settings. Is this a bad idea? Global state heathen. Yeah, I mean, it's not change. It's more like global constants, and the only reason they change is because of how Unreal Engine works. So, global constants, I don't think anyone's against that. Like, those get used all the time. Which is more so what these are. I wish I could define them as constants to ensure that they don't get changed. I think I would have to, like, template this, but then how would I... At some point, it wouldn't be able to be const somewhere. I guess I could just have... I could use the friend thing to ensure, but I don't know. I don't feel the need to take it that seriously, to like lock it down and make sure no one... I'm the only one working on this. Like, if I shoot myself in the foot, that's my fucking problem, okay? And maybe let's just call this game settings. I guess the only thing I'm thinking of is like the dedicated server case, which is a good point. Would I ever have a dedicated server that is hosting multiple game modes? I'm kind of actually weary about making this change for that reason. Like, I don't think I ever would. I would think whatever... Let's say in some world where I'm not even planning on having dedicated servers at all. But like, let's say in some world where I do want to host a dedicated server for, I would think it would be multiple servers and then one, excuse me, one for each game mode. One thing I hate about game deving is that you throw out the window many good practices. You will at some point use globals. Many times the game engine will even force you to. Yeah, game dev is like a different beast because it's like, it's fucking hard. So like doing the easier thing, even though it's not best practice, there's more of a reason to. And like a lot of people come in on like YouTube shorts and there, someone commented on like, oh, that code would probably be easier to read if you used less nesting and, you know, early outs, which I agree with. I do that myself, but like, it was actually the Unreal Engine source code that he was commenting on without realizing it. I'm like, yeah, they kind of have their own. Because usually a guard pattern or early out is a popular pattern that is preferred in a lot of cases. Yeah, Unreal Engine, they kind of have their own patterns and conventions and best practices. It's a different world. So I do think that like maybe I will have like different game modes, I suppose. They're more so like different scenarios that you can play the game under. But for that, I mean, I would think that that would be like a game mode type thing. But there's only one of those. At a time. Even if you were to make a server, the server isn't shared across game modes. Like, it's one game mode per server. Okay, I'm gonna fucking roll with it. Okay, game settings. Static inline float. GCD time. And then from game mode, I guess we will want to set this when game mode loads. My newly named my game mode. Which, why did I put begin play in the middle of the class? That doesn't, don't like that. Okay, this may be something that AI is good for. Can I do I don't think I can do const here, right? Static. Can you do static and const? I don't think so. I also don't know what order put these in. That must be, yeah, you can't do const here, which means it can be changed from outside of this, which is the danger of doing something like this. I could make this private. Can you do privates in game, in namespace? No, you can't. I wonder, I could template this, but then I would need to store an instance of it. You're locked in today? Am I now? I have a sandwich. I feel like that makes me not very locked in, because my attention is divided between the sandwich and the code. Do I? I mean, I don't see a reason to not use a class here. I don't know. Is that heavier? Like... I'm not going to use any inheritance for this, I don't think. Maybe I would, though. And then I could do something like protected friend class a my game mode. A my. And then that way game mode can set it, or nothing else can. And then I would make a public... You put friend class at the top or the bottom? Anyways, I would make a public function for like get GCD time. One thing is blueprint readability. Blueprint read only. So maybe it does make sense to make this a static class. I hate that you can't have statics in blueprints. Why can't you do that? Why can't I expose a static variable to blueprints? Must publicly, I forgot about that. Yeah, so you can't do... That's kind of annoying. Like, how nice would it be? How nice would it be to have like a little blueprint node that's just like get class static or something, and you could just get the static value off of a U object, and all you would need to pass in. I guess you wouldn't know what to... I mean, you could generate that. It could be generated functions. Be generated functions. Could you make an API? Welcome in. What do you mean? What do you mean? As in making functions? Yeah, I could make functions for it to expose it, but that's what I'm trying to get around, is having to do that. Having to write all the boilerplate. C++ has two meanings for static. What is the other meaning? We're talking static in the context of a class. Static as in this right here. This would be really nice to just be able to have a U property for. That is, you know, blueprint read write, you know. This being able to do this would be nice. And then the generated body macro could create the blueprint functions for me, instead of having to do this. Also, I want this function to be static. Yeah. Let me look at all the other stuff I have here. There's a lot of shit on here. All of my data tables and effects and stuff. I could put all of it in there. Is it worth it? Does anyone have two game modes? Does anyone have more than one game mode? Like, you know, like multi-world or something? I don't know. It's like I don't use my game mode as something that has editable state. It's all constant stuff. They're all settings that are going to be constant for the lifetime of the game. I would like to not have to copy all of this shit over. AI could do this boilerplate for me. Rename, game settings. Where was that? Yeah, it was right here was where I wanted to use this. So this then, I don't need, first of all, I don't need to pass in any world context. I would just do U game settings. Get GCD time. I mean, that's so much fucking easier, man. And honestly, I don't even need to store this anymore. Like, I can literally save memory because it's so trivial to get now. Oh, hang on, undo that. God, this is going to be a never-ending rabbit hole of changes. I use this in so many fucking places. C++ also kept the usage of static from C, where in that context, static makes something only visible in that file. Oh. As in private? Static means private in C? But if you use static inside a class, it means the classic thing that means in every other language. I guess I never realized that. Also, look how short this gets, man. Oh, this is going to be such a giga refactor. The giga factor. And event owner. Wait. Oh, I had the owner as... Oh, I need a U object to be owner. I don't think I use this anymore. Yeah, I don't use that anymore. So let's just delete that. That's my old state tree data. Oh, dude, this is so nice, man. This is so nice. Setting up these functions was always so boilerplatey. Oh, I'm so upset at myself for not doing this earlier. Honestly.
It's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
A lot of deleting is going to happen here. If entity subsystem, yeah, it's always there. We don't need to check that. It's always there. I'm just going to use singletons everywhere. I am rejecting modernity. I am rejecting modern object-oriented programming. No more will I have to worry about imaginary lines in the sand and solid principles. We just fucking write code that works here. Does it do the thing? Ship it. I think we've gotten too far away from that. We're like, yeah, but does it do the thing good? Well, what is good? What is good? I need a world context here for the navigation system, right? So we will need that for sure. Get world. Yes. Is it actually a world or is it just a, yeah, it is a U world. Private, but for the file. Ooh, this is interesting too. Oh, I no longer have to pass it into the vlogs. Oh my God. This is huge. This is huge. We're gonna be here for a fucking while though. This is gonna be such a big set of changes. Okay. This is now, yeah, we don't need the world context there at all. Yeah, goodbye. Be so many compilers, dude. I hated running these macros, man. I hate macros. Does anyone like macros? We're gonna need more sandwiches. No, I think I'll be good with with this sandwich. I think we'll be good. Give me a new fresh list of ouchies. What are you? Oh yeah, we need the generated file now too. Oh yeah, this file is quite the offender. Entity context. Yeah, the entity context object. Now it's just a U object that has the entity interface on it. Are you not static? You should be. And let me think about entity context. Does it even make sense to... Because then this just makes it harder to use, actually. I think let me search get entity. Okay, so it's not a U function. So it's not the interface. You can do a U function interface, right? On an interface. I feel like I should do that, and then we should not use entity context anymore. God, this is changing everything. So I can do yeah, I'm using a blueprint native event there. entity. Blueprint callable, blueprint native event. So we don't want that to be virtual. No, I need you to is hidden in derived class. Add virtual specifier. Wait, am I using the wrong one here? Yeah, I want blueprint implementable event. No? Dude, don't make me get on my bike shed about that. Okay, it just doesn't like the A building. Let me look at A building object actor. Did this resolve? Yeah, okay. It is blueprint native event. I hate that blueprint native event and blueprint implementable event. I hate that there's two of them. You literally only need one of those, and it's blueprint native event. You do not need the other one. It is strictly unnecessary. And if you argue with me that, oh, there's a... No, you're wrong. There is no point. Like, well, sometimes you don't want a C++ implement. Well, then don't implement it. Just don't. We don't need more things in Unreal Engine. We don't need them. It just makes it more confusing to learn. And even me, as someone who's used it for over 3 years now, I still like which one is which. Even though it's trivial to find out, we just don't need it. Yagni. Who knows what Yagni means? Who's a Yagni enthusiast here? Get entity. Now it's implementation, so that's kind of annoying. So anywhere that we have this, I need to change it to implementation. Actually, I don't need it to. I don't want it to. Actually, I'm so dumb because I don't want it to be blueprint implementable. I think I just wanted to get a good rant in. I just wanted it to be blueprint callable. Oh. That's why. Blueprint implementable interfaces cannot contain blueprint callable functions. That's why I never made it blueprint callable. Cannot contain blueprint callable functions that are not blueprint implementable events. Add not blueprintable to the interface if you wish to keep this function. I mean, I think I understand why they made that distinction. I don't, because it's like, yeah, why would you want an interface that is implementable on a blueprint without a C++ backing class? So not implementing it on C++ that has functions that aren't blueprint implementable. But it's like, I can still do that here. Yeah, I don't... another thing where it's like, is that distinction important? Thing is, I don't think I use this interface on just a sole blueprint object. I think everywhere this interface is only is defined on a C++ class. But like, I might want to do that someday, you know? But I guess Yagni, right? I was just talking about Yagni. I did say blueprintable. Can I make a quick check? No, I can't because we're not compiling. Because we're not compiling. I guess I will just go with the blue. It's not a huge fucking deal. It was okay with, it said, and again, it also said blueprint implementable event, but it clearly was fine with a blueprint native event as well. But yeah, get rid of that. Place all. Yeah, it's fine there. So it's like, yeah, it's even causing confusion in some of the error messages too. Okay. Show me potato salad. Okay. That's not very many boo-boos. Classic. Oh god. Classic UE. Yeah. Very opinionated. For obscure reasons. That are questionable. Questionable at best. Wow, this is gonna be life-changing. Oh, this file is all sorts of broken. I want to set up like a better, prettier, but it's kind of a pain in the ass to come up with all the rules that I have in place just in my head as to how I like new line stuff and whatnot. Update location. Okay, that one was already fixed. T-set there. Like, things like how many new line, like where I want new lines at is something that I would really like to automate, but it's so annoying to come up with all the little, to come up with the, like, the prettier config that does it. It would be a huge quality of life thing. And I'm like I'm a proponent of, like, if you're reviewing someone's CL on your team, or PR for those who don't work at the same place I do, if you're reviewing someone's PR and you have like a knit, I don't know, do people do knit, do people say knit outside of my workplace? I don't know how many software engineers, career software engineers there are in here now. But you do like knit colon and you leave a comment on it, on, you know, the pull request for, you know, just something super small that is, it's supposed to be ignorable. Like the author is supposed to be able to ignore that. It's not always treated that way. Oh, hang on, I deleted that when I shouldn't have. But there's a lot of knit formatting type things, and like, if you care about the formatting that much, and you're working on a team with other people, that should be automatic, and you should discuss that as a team and agree on that as a team, and in that way the author saves time on pointing that shit out, the fucking reader the reviewer saves time on pointing that shit out, the author saves time on fixing that. And then you also save time on arguing about it in every CL. If you two happen to have a difference of opinion on what it should do. You know, settle it once and for all. Add it to the fucking prettier. What's happening here? And, you know, it gets to a certain point, I get so bad where it's just like, dude, I don't even care what it is. I just want to not have to fucking deal with it anymore. But when you're just working solo, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that much. And it's nice when that stuff can run on, like, I don't know what they're called in GitHub, which is what most people probably use, but they're called pre-submits for us. Which it would be nice if the pre-submit is like, it runs before the code is allowed to get merged into main, basically. And it would be nice if it could if that did the auto formatting, so that way people could have their own formatting locally, but when they push it to master or main or whatever you call it. Oh yeah, there's no generated file there anymore. Yeah, when you push it to main or master or whatever, it'll just automatically do it. Enterprise manages our lint settings, as in the rental company. I have gotten some enterprise recruiters in my DMs. Last year they pushed a bad change and everyone rioted on main for a few days. And so everyone's IDE like what is this? Oh, interesting. I'm gonna need to do something about that. That's broken. That's gonna be break with what I have now. Oops. Yeah, we'll need to fix that. We'll leave that for last. But like, yeah, everyone's IDEs, like, did it format main? Like your main branch? Like, what did you, I guess I'm asking, how did you guys have it set up to use their lint settings? It's like a lint and a prettier are different, right? A lint will just point out when you do something that doesn't match the style. Whereas like the prettier will actually change it when you like save or something. And I guess there's some overlap because I know like writer has a linter. Does it have a prettier? Prettier, yeah. Oh, it's disabled. How is it? Oh, that's what it's called for JavaScript. I've been too used to fucking web dev. Yeah, what's it called for other? Is it just a linter? I thought they were two different things. Maybe. Okay. Google search time. The same thing. Yeah, okay, so I was right. A linter finds bugs and enforces code quality style rules. While prettier is solely a code formatter that automatically rewrites code for consistent style. Yeah. Yeah. So why does it only have a prettier for JavaScript then? If I search lint, what happens? Because I know that it does format things on save. Isn't prettier the name of a linter? That is what I just thought when I read that, but I guess not. They are different things, according to AI. Google search AI. Oh no, I'm falling victim to the AI hive mind. Yeah, there is something to run on. I have it set to run on save, where it'll format it does introduce a line limit. But I don't like where it always makes the line breaks. I would want to be a little bit more, whatever. It's not important right now. Not important right now. I've always just said linter. Yeah, they did seem interchangeable. At least somewhat. And I'm sure most people would. Like it doesn't matter in most contexts. But see, like I controlled save there and it tabbed everything. I wanted to get rid of this one too. I think that shouldn't be. The one we have at work works very nicely. For like 99% of things, it'll auto format it. But for some reason it won't. Like one of the code styles at my workplace is to put a period at the end of comments, and boy golly do I forget to do that all the time. And boy golly would I like to not have to fucking worry about that, and then have my one coworker who always points that kind of stuff out put 12 comments, put 12 comments on my CL saying knit period. It's like, dude, do we need to do this? Is this improving the quality of the code? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's always after I've made like some massive migration type CL as well. And it's like, it'll be like comments that I didn't even put there either. Like someone else put them there and they never got a period on the end. He's like, can you change this? I'm like, dude, I don't want to have to go back and put periods on everything. I'll be honest with you. I don't think that's an effective use of either of our time. Even albeit it is a very small iota of time. Some Morrowind main theme. Yeah. There's a ton of good tracks on here. There's some Skyrim songs, Morrowind. I think there's I think there's some Oblivion songs in here too. Some Witcher ones, Legend of Zelda, AoE 2, Age of Empires, that is, Age of Mythology. Some Elden Ring ones. I think there's some Dark Souls ones. Diablo, there's a couple Diablo ones on there too. Yeah, Bits and Hits on YouTube. It's a great... okay, I need to make all these static now too. It's a great little track. Great little set of playlists. This is Lord of the Rings here, Riders of Rohan. I don't think I've ever left a nit on a review. Yeah, the only kinds of nits I leave are like, maybe this variable can be named a little bit better. That's like as nitpicky as I get, which I think variable names are quite important. And it's like, yeah, you know, it's one of the things, it's like you can ignore me on that if you want to, right? But yeah, I've never left formatting nits. Another one is like comments don't, they don't auto line limit. Like we do have a strict line limit. And I do like line limits. Like I wish Unreal Engine source code had a fucking line limit on it. But for some reason, only the code will do that. It doesn't auto format comments. And so like, there's so many times where it's just like the comment goes one character over the line limit. Like, yeah, as long as it's not like egregiously over the line limit, I'm not going to point it out. I can't spell to save my life though, so I get them all the time. Now that's understandable. If it's a misspell, that's just someone helping you out, right? It's not like I'm being super anal about every article of code that goes in our code base, right? God, look at all the lines of code I'm saving from this. Is that not, I changed them all to static, no? Oh, because I'm passing in the something or other. Oh no, it's because it's the wrong class. Dum 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 dum. Do you ever get one of these on your PRs?
It's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
It's Leviosa. Oh, Leviosa. Stop.
That goes over the line limit. Okay, why is the world... Why is this, Meta class? Okay, that's... Okay, I think that's from... I don't think we need to worry about that. Should I do something like this? I think I should do something like this. And then, can I just... Is that gonna, like, format this correctly? And there's only 4, so it's not that helpful. Oh, of course, it doesn't auto-format it. Okay, that's fine though. We'll get there. You're about to find out. Yeah. That's we'll do it live. We will do it live. Okay, another bite. Okay, yeah, that one's gonna stay broke for a bit. Okay, so I didn't even catch that one. So I guess the number of tabs matters. Now, if I was a god at regex, this would be so easy. But no one... I don't think there is anyone who's a god of regex. I don't think that exists. Even gods like, no thanks. Okay, so here I should just delete these. So I'm not using the Unreal Engine state tree anymore, and it saddens me because I made some really nice... Oh, I made some really nice, cute functions, and I spent the time to do the debug description, so it shows up in editor really nicely, and the state tree in it like explains itself really nicely. But yeah, they're all gonna die now, I suppose. Let me just click through this real quick. I don't think anything is in here that's not for the actual state tree. And I think I've effectively replaced all of this. Dude, the amount of time I've wasted. Man, if I only knew then what I know now. This project would have taken half the fucking time. I guess I do still have those state trees, but like those exist in editor. So those are gonna not compile anymore. So I'll just need to delete them in the editor too. Yeah, so I can delete the entire folder. Which is, you know, no one loves deleting my own code more than me, but that one does hurt a little bit. It's I just spent a lot of time on the fucking state tree. I spent time in behavior trees as well. Goodbye. Well, we'll just see if anything breaks from that. And I'm sure there's going to be more things that I miss that I'll just have to fix as I come across them. Ooh, yeah, here... Okay, here is where we fix it. Okay, so I need a parent for creating this U object. Have I already gotten the proxy? No, so I don't have the proxy actor here, and I don't want to just fucking add another piece of data to this view just to have an outer. I mean, I guess this processor is a U object. So I would have to check in here. Well, wait a second. I don't need the world context anymore. So do I even need that get world function to be overloaded?
I don't think so.
I'm a little nervous too. Let's just comment it out for now. Comment that one out. And then the outer for... One moment. Hold that thought. And then the outer here. Okay, keep holding that thought. The outer here I think we just safely make it this, because I don't think we... No? This is a U object. Comment out then to do. Marking a little to do on there. Yeah, we can do that. It's a solid knit. That's a solid knit right there. I totally forgot where that even was. It was on the ability. U entity. Never mind. Where the hell was it? Oh, it was ability modifier effect. Do delete this maybe? Question mark? I'll know what that means. I'll know what that means. Why can't I do this? Init entity ability. Do I need... Wait, what was this? Oh no, we just delete that, yeah. Why can't I do this though? I always had findable to do because I forget where shit is all the time. Yeah, and Writer also points them out. Like, I think there's a list. Yeah, like you can look up the list of to-dos. Oh god, I've never looked at this for this oh my god, it's looking in all of Unreal Engine. Look how many fucking to-dos there are. There's 5,000 to-dos in Unreal Engine. I didn't even know that. Dude, and I love some. I've come across some of those in the source code. There's one in the instance static mesh component, and it's just to do Kevin 0 clean this up. It's like, bro, like I write that in my own code for like hobby stuff. You can't do that in like an enterprise piece of software. Like you gotta put some more context to that and add a. Like our to-dos, like we can't submit a to-do unless it has a link to a bug and a description inlined. Yeah, 13,000 to-dos in fucking Kevin. No, Kevin 0. Hang on, let me search for that. I'm pretty sure it is Kevin 0. No? Is it not Kevin? Maybe Kevin cleaned up his to-dos. Right now we just have a Gershner Waves implementation that's not filled out. Implement. I thought it was in the instanced static mesh parent. I had the there we go. There it is. I knew it. I had the case sensitivity on. Kevin on his shit then. No, he's not. Also, can I see the git blame on here? How old is this? Where? Oh, do I not have the? Oh, I don't think I have the git history for this. I would love to see how old that is, but yeah, I don't think I have that. That would be funny. Show git log. Yeah, it's just mine. Yeah, there he goes. Kevin 0 cleanup. He's got Kevin's got 3 cleanups that he needs to do, all within the instance static mesh component. God damn it, Kevin. Watch Kevin be watching the stream. He goes and fix him right now. Are you connected with Unreal on Git? You know, it's not like built from source, no, so I don't think... I think if I built from source, I would probably have it in there. Okay, but back to this. Why can't I use... Oh, because it's a const function. I mean, it doesn't need to be. It's kind of... fine, I guess. Yeah. Oops, hang on. There we go. Building from source has its own problems, though. Oh, yeah, I've heard. I have had the pleasure of being able to rewrite things and therefore not need to dig into the source code too much. I'll just, like, write my own thing from scratch, usually. Although I thought I was gonna have to. I did think I was gonna have to for the nav mesh, but thankfully I did find a workaround for that. I think I may. There are some crashes that I have happening from the nav mesh that just need like some really simple 1 or 2 line fixes that I will probably need to do. And things like get components of class, like does a ranged for, and I use that on the background thread so that can change during the ranged for, which doesn't hurt anything for what I'm using it for, but it does throw a really annoying assertion. So just like delete that assertion or you know, just change it to a indexed for loop. Patch that baby right up. Oh, entity now, entity context. We want that. We want entity context still. Why are you angry? Oh, you have 4 Parami boys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, null pointer. Wait, what was null pointer supposed to be on there? Entity context, which we still... No, we don't use entity context. Okay, that's the issue. World context. We can just blame Kevin, call Kevin, he's crying. I don't think Kevin gives a shit. He strikes me as the kind of guy who's like, I don't fucking care. He's like, I wrote those there. So at my workplace, we do have a kind of culture where it's like someone might request a change be made. But it's like, oh, can I do that in a follow-up CL? And they're like, sure, just leave a to-do. The number of those I have written with is absolutely zero intention of ever going back and actually doing it. Really high, really big number. Because usually the things aren't like super important, and that a lot of times that code just never gets touched again. So it's like, in that case, you don't need the code to look or work perfectly. Or, well, work, you do need it to work. That's not what I mean by that. You don't need it to, like, the architecture to be perfect if it never gets touched again, right? Which is a weird thing to say, and I kind of have a little bad taste in my mouth from saying that. Because you don't know if it's ever going to get touched again. That's kind of the point. I think I'm just dreading going to work tomorrow because I've had the past 2 weeks off. Do I still need world context there? Yes. Yes, I do. This is end processor test. I can just do the world. Yeah. Just use the world itself as the context for the world. Yeah, I've had the past 2 weeks off and I go back to work tomorrow. I'm kind of just dreading it. Wait a second. I need that. Yeah, we need that. We do still have the world context object there. Do I need that? No. No. Okay. We do yeah, no. What was this? Oh, we just didn't change it. Okay. Wait a second. Oh god, I have to catch myself because entity context object. We just don't want the subsystem. We still want the what are you call? Oh, I see. I see now why that got confused. This is one of the all-time great AoE 2 songs here. Isn't this the title screen? The title screen music? Or is this, no, this is in-game. This is like an in-game thing. Another one. Maybe delete this. Another one.
God, I have been muted the entire time. Thanks for the heads up, my man. That's funny. I was ranting about this would be the kinds of changes that would be really nice for AI to be able to do. But it can't because this is like large scale refactors is what I was saying basically. Like it can't because you would have to give it all of the fucking context files, which I don't even think you'd be able to give it all of the context files. And the more context you give it, the shittier it gets. And even people who are pro vibe coding would understand that that's not possible. So it's like even for the super mundane boilerplate things, the things where I would want to use it and relinquish some control, I can't. Oh, I do have some subsystems here. But I have used it in a way where it's like I have a few different functions that are similar, basically, but different, that I need to make the same refactor to. And I have used AI, I have vibe coded, refactored those. And it was really nice. You did it in a few minutes and then fixed all the tests as well. And tests are where AI is actually really fucking nice. It has improved writing tests dramatically. Like I can almost autocomplete entire text files, or test files, not text files. I guess I just go to this here. Which, why are you mad? Oh, entity subset. Yeah, that one I don't need. There anymore. And I do think, like, if you want to vibe code well and make a really well made app, and you want to vibe code it in its entirety, first of all, I think you're eventually going to get to a point where you can't anymore, really, and you're going to be handwriting most of your code, but I think you have to handwrite either the tests or the actual code. You have to handwrite one or the other. Otherwise, you're just in like this like feedback loop, and you don't actually know when things are broken or correct. It would take a lot of work, but you could make an agent that is very strict in a way to your workflow, but it would require a lot of work and continuous work. I think there will be a use case for this in the future, and then a position for a small team to maintain it like a tool. Yeah, I'm sure the future will, the better and better the technology gets, the more and more energy we just fucking pump through. Like, the more we just go scaling, go burr into these models. Of course, the larger and larger context it will be able to handle. So yeah, it will get better, and yeah, maybe someday it'll entirely replace software. Which, by the way, I think people should be fucking afraid. If software engineers are getting replaced, you should be fucking afraid. Because like software engineers are essentially automators, right? Oh, I do need world context here. And so if the automators are getting automated, what do you think happens after that? Either utopia or bad things. Either utopia or... Oh god, holy shit, that was a bad voice crack. That's what happens when you yap for almost 5 hours. Yeah, so either utopia or Fallout IRL is what happens after that, I think. And I'm not very confident in a utopia. Okay, so I do need a world context here. So this is going to be the annoying changes. These ones here. And this is the kind of thing that like AI would fail at this scenario right here. It wouldn't understand that like we actually needed the world context for that. And to change, I was just reusing the entity or the subsystem as that context. So that's the kind of stuff where it's like really hurts the usages of it. And then of course that means we need it in this other function too. Has to be maintained and supervised, so vibe coding with little to no supervision will lead to what you just said. Yeah. Yeah. Is it bad that I AIU property tags and logs? What do you mean? Like to write U properties? And I don't know if anyone could say, you know, anything's inherently bad. Like, would it be easier to just write those yourself to learn those? And I mean, if that's, I don't know if that's what you're saying you're doing. If you're saying you're just like using it to write U properties and log statements, here, let me show you something. If you're writing log statements with AI, let me show you something right here. Okay, so if you use Writer, which is free now for non-commercial use, live templates, go to C++ here. Everyone get your screenshot buttons ready. So you have UE log, right? They actually have a UE log one. Anyways, UEL, that's mine. So I created this one. So, well, let me show what it does first. So I got tired, like, I think not being able to just write print and have a debug statement there is super annoying. And I hated it in Unreal Engine. So all I have to do now, UEL, hit enter, it's there. And in most files, I have that imported already. And that's kind of a bad example because we're in a Lambda function. Let me find an actual function. So UEL, enter, and I already have that imported, my own log thing imported. It pre-populates the log category with display, or that's the category, that's the verbosity. It automatically does the class name, colon, function name, and then usually I want like the name of whatever, you like, not anymore really, but like when I was working with actors and stuff, I basically wanted to, one of the first things I would always log is the actor. And also take notice of log format instead of UE log, right? Because with UE log, you'd have to do %s and then, right? You'd have to match, I am borrowing that. Yeah, please do. Please do. You'd have to do this, right? You'd have to do that. You'd have to remember what this is. But with log format, just use the integer. So if you have something else, you know, and I want to log the entity ID, you know, right there, boom. So yeah, let me show you what that, where did it go? Where did it go? UEL. So this is what, screenshot this, fill this out. You won't have to use AI. You won't have to burn down a forest to write a log statement anymore. You can just use, you don't need to go out to the internet, you know, to do some processing to write a log function. I didn't know about log format. Hey, I didn't either for the longest time, man. And I got so annoyed with having to write out all, another thing about log format is you don't have to wrap it in text. You don't need to do the text parentheses either with log format. You do have to do that with UE log. So yeah, screenshot that. That's a super, super huge thing. And if you don't know about live templates in Writer, another thing you can do is 4R, reverse for loop, automatically makes it for you. And then you can like tab through these, like ignored points dot num, right? And you can even do a for each. So for each has one. And it actually, I think it automatically grabs the previous variable there. So if I hit enter on ignored points, it'll start populating this. And then I can select, oh, I want that to be a ref. And you just hit enter through it and it'll update it all for you. So live templates are super useful for like things that are repeated kind of things. So yeah, there you go. No more increasing the, not that you should feel bad for using AI, you shouldn't, but you won't be using energy, the world's energy resources to write log statements. And that's going to be kind of like the shitty thing now. It's like so many things are going to be delegated to AI that don't need to be, and would be a million times more efficient to just write a specific tool for it. which maybe is what AI can help with, because you can then just vibe code the specific tool, right? Maybe you could search like, hey, it would be nice to ask an AI, be like, hey, writing log statements in Unreal Engine sucks. What can I do about it? And I think right now it would tell you to make your own log macros and stuff like that, or make your own like wrapper around logs. It wouldn't know that you're using Writer and to use live templates or something like that. But it would be nice if it could tell you something like that. It would tell you to make your own library. Yeah, it would like spit out some like hundreds of lines long thing. Yeah. I can feel that we are getting close to the end of this. I can smell the end of my code. What are you? Can I? Owner. I need an owner for the pathfinding query? Why? How about the nav system? How about you own yourself? How about that, huh? How about them apples? Congratulations, you owned yourself. I need that as a soundbite. Hang on, let me write that down. I need the DJ Khaled.
We're gonna find that person.
Yeah.
When we do find them,
I don't actually know the
once
context.
we get them back, I'm gonna give them right back to them.
Really?
Say, congratulations, you played yourself.
Congratulations, you played yourself. Why is that funny? I don't know why that's funny, but I want that. I need a button for that. I'm gonna put randomly, congratulations, you played yourself. My drawing ECS. Now one thing is I am gonna have to, well no, I would have to import it anyway, so never mind. No downside. Drawing ECS, no thank you. Nice, is there a button for it?
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Perfect. I will download that later. Thank you. Leave that tab open. Okay, give me a new set of oopsie fucksies here. I missed all these files. They didn't, they resolved. I don't think they would have compiled though. Ugh, it's so nice. It's so nice. Entity subsystem, goodbye. Goodbye. What's our commit? 244 files. God, I would get eviscerated for trying to submit a CL of this size. We do still want that entity context object. I have so many vlogs everywhere, man. Boo, boo, boo. I'm just grabbing random things that pop up. We don't need that anymore. That's super nice. I'm just scattershotting at this point. Yeah. Yeah. God, these functions are getting so much nicer. The signatures and the flow. Why are you mad? I guess I don't need to bind this anymore, or capture arget in any of my views. Only reason I did that was for the subsystem. Is that, I wonder if that speeds up performance at all. Or a lambda invocation. It is just a pointer, so it's nothing crazy. Whoops. Look at all this tech debt vanishing. Where was the guy that asked if I cataloged all my tech debt? Someone from YouTube Shorts asked that today. Dude, the memory that Ryder is using right now, I can feel it like chugging. Oh, only 10 gigs. Only 10 gigs of memory. That's actually a lot better than I thought it was. Where was I? There we go. Hi, Mox. No. Old state tree entity data. Now, I should probably just delete this. Because as it says, it is old. But my new state tree data is in there. Oh boy. Yeah, delete all that. And then we can rename this. First of all, we can delete the CPP file. And then old state tree data header file. Let's rename you. To just state tree entity data, yes. Okay, what are we at now? Files changed. 247. So we've almost touched every code in my... yeah, we've touched every code. Every file. Every file. We've almost touched every file. Ever look at all the files and like, dude, did I write all that? The fuck? Why didn't you change? Okay, I think let me look up anywhere this is used at. Okay, so yeah, we just don't care about that anymore. Oh. Why am I doing this? Why was I doing that? F old state. Oh yeah, I don't have this anymore. I can delete that. I can delete this entire fucking file now. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I copied the state tree, the mass state tree processor, basically. Amended it. Oh, that took so much dude, I struggled with the state tree for some certain things. And now I think I understand why I was struggling so much, is because I don't think anything was actually keeping track of my U objects because they were all in entity data. So there was no outer chain for that. And then instance structs and stuff started getting fucky. Anyways, where is my new state tree entity? Where's the processor for that? It's called new state tree processor. Okay, so let's delete the old one. And then we can rename new state tree processor to just state tree processor. That git diff is going to look interesting. Core redirect. Yeah, I do think we want the core redirect, yeah. But we're still trying to build. Let's restart that. Okay. Yeah, I guess it is going to point out everywhere that I try to get this. That is nice. So it's going to make it kind of force me to reconcile everywhere. So it's not actually going to compile because it's not a subsystem anymore. It was like anywhere I tried to get it as a subsystem, it's going to tell me. Which is nice, because it means we're going to change. Dude, oh my god, my blueprints are going to be noodle hell after this. Because they're going to be all connected to pins that don't exist anymore. And all of them are not going to compile because of it. Okay, yeah, and so this. I don't think I need that anymore. It was just anything with old state tree entity data would add the new hard-coded state tree. Let me look at state tree entity data real quick. Yeah, I mean, if I just pop that in there, it'll be fine, I think. What is this? Oh, the state tree schema. Yeah, you're dead to me too. Yeah, don't bookmark that. We don't need the bookmark there. Oh, and yeah, for to-dos that you write to remember where things are, you can bookmark things with F11. F11 put a little bookmark there. And then what is the bookmark hotkey? I forget what it is. Navigate. Gotta be in bookmarks. View. Me. Bookmarks. Alt 2. So you can have all these bookmarks here. I thought there was like another thing you could do as well. Was it like Control Shift number? Yeah, there we go. Control 9. And then there's a way you can like... Oh, Control 9 to jump to. So yeah, you can Control 9 jump there. I don't use those at all. So Control Shift 9 to like put that there. And I think you can do that with like 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you can do that with each number. But yeah, you can like hotkey. I never use that though. That's like too much for me to keep in my head as I'm writing code. Might as well just get rid of begin play if we're not going to do anything there. Oh, that was already there. Okay. Oh, I still needed the world context there on that one. We are a processor though, so we can just do this. It can't be const though. Why didn't I change my tab completions here? Yeah, another thing I did. Since we're on the topic of writer tricks, another thing I did was the tab. Where would that be at? The tab characters. Like, I use 2 spaces instead of 4, basically. And then that made the nesting a lot, like, that made a lot more code fit on a smaller screen for me. And I can have my, I don't know how many other people have the 2, because like this is like 4 still, which is weird. Because mostly, like, this is 2 right here. I don't know why this one is not formatting properly. But yeah, only having the 2 spaces there, it took a little bit to get used to. because my eyes just weren't used to it. But once I did, it's so much better. So much better. Do pathfinding. And now I gotta change all these from const, which there was no reason for them to really be const in the first place because there's nothing on these classes, but... Usually I make things const when they can. And when it makes sense. What's up, man? How you doing? I was checking out that Scratch for Kids. Oh, nice. Yeah, how did that go? There's probably a lot of tutorials and stuff on YouTube. For it. Let me see. Okay, dude, I keep feeling like we're getting close to the end, and then there's just a sea of compilation errors. I wasn't lying when I said we were going to be here for a while. Okay. Don't need that or that. Okay. Mind wrong ECS get yes. We're gonna have some ideas to give him for a start point. Yes, there are so many things, man. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you'll have to toe the line between like attention grabbing, but yet still easy enough to get into, you know. That's kind of my problem. Like, I'm not interested in something if it's not sufficiently complicated enough. But it is good to start small. Now, you can have a large ultimate goal, but you will still need to, you know, break things down into small pieces. Like, my ultimate goal was to have an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite, which is what I'm working on. With procedural destructible terrain. Now, that's, I didn't know game dev 3 years ago. Circa 3 years ago. So that was a tall order. I didn't know C++ either. And I started trying to learn Unreal Engine, game dev, C++, and procedural terrain generation all at the same time. I wouldn't recommend that. That probably wasn't the most efficient way to get into it. But even with the procedural terrain, like, I didn't just go whole hog, balls to the wall on the procedural terrain and like do some super in-depth procedural terrain. No, I started with like the hello world of procedural terrain, which is like it's just like a height map, which you know, procedural things in nature are just kind of more complicated, but the height map is relatively simple for getting into procedural terrain or procedural generation. Okay, rebuild. How many more errors do we have? I wish it would enumerate all of them too, but I know because I have some, it doesn't catch others till I fix the sum. Tuple type traits. What are we doing here? What is this? What is this mad at? Oh, I deleted that on accident. I didn't mean to do that.
I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that. I shouldn't have said that.
Wife making broncho? Hell yeah. W wife? You know, I was gonna do. Already has a body. Okay. If you say so. Entity system. Oh yeah, I meant to delete this. Right. Yeah. Delete all of that. Trace utils. Don't need that. We do still need world context there. Okay, this is gonna feel so good. It'll feel good when I can change all the entity contexts over, but that's like too much all at once. That would fuck up the blueprints even more. Stop entity velocity. That's yes. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay, I did reach the end of it. Oh god, are we done? Oh, are we done? Oh, cross your fingers. Pray to Tim Sweeney. I'm gonna take a bio while this runs. Oh no, there were more boo-boos. We're close though. A lot of it is compiling. A few more of these left over and I think we'll be all right. Then we get to fix all of the blueprints. Is that it? Is that it? Is there no one else? Oh, is there no one else?
I don't think so.
No, there is. Fuck. A little premature soundbite there. Why didn't it show these before? Did we just not get there yet? Maybe just didn't get there yet. Yeah. This is so much better than large-scale changes at my job, though. Because my code editor actually remains a code editor. An interactive development environment. And it doesn't turn into a text... Yeah, so... I don't know why, but, like, the code editor we use internally stops fucking working, like, a lot of the time. And it's because we work in a mono repo. And everything, there is no code actually on our computer. We have cloud top computers in the cloud that our editor syncs to, basically. And so nothing runs on your machine. All of the builds, tests, everything, code completions, imports, import lookups, everything runs in the cloud. Because of the mono repo. And I think also for just code security purposes as well. But those builds get like backed up sometimes, I guess, or something. I don't know. They like the language service provider will just straight up stop working. And when you don't have a language service provider, like it should just fall back to the earliest, like the build before, but I don't know why it doesn't do that. But it fucking sucks because then you don't have any like, I can't look up anything. Like I have no, you know, of course this isn't working now. I don't have this menu. And it is the absolute, and when you're doing like large scale changes, it is the absolute worst. Because it also, all of the red squigglies are based off of the old build. So they might even be lying to you about which line is the problem. It was the most frustrating thing. My subsystem, huh? That's one that got missed. That is one that got missed. Excuse me. We're down to 73 things to compile, so we are getting close. The numbers are getting smaller. What's our damage? 251 files. That's the damage. So far. So many warnings. Wait, why are there warnings? Because it's in the wrong order? Does that matter ever? I mean, I guess it does, otherwise they wouldn't warn you. I guess that could matter. I can imagine. Oh, we're down to 44. We're so close. I haven't seen the editor since back during NOM. Oh my god, is that it? Are we done? Hang on, let me cancel that. I did just make that. Was that the last change? Add loose tags to entity. 252 files. Oh no, we got one more. Oh, there was more in this file. Oh yeah, there's more. Okay. Will this be it? The prophecy has foretold that this build will build. This is the one. You're the chosen one. You were supposed to be the chosen one. God damn it. You were the chosen one, Anakin. I need that soundbite too. Oh, what is this? Oh, what in the shit is this? Some with the state... No, the registry. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Can I not actually do this? Unresolved external symbol registry in... Why? Don't know what button I just hit there. That is an is it just not imported? I think it's just not imported in a bunch of places. I don't know why Ryder didn't catch that. Did that import it? Why doesn't Ryder want to catch that? Okay. I guess I'll have to just manually... I'll have to raw dog this import. I haven't done one of these in a while. My entity system, which I should change that directory name too, but that's another big refactor also. Drong... or no, what, just entity system? Yeah, / Drong... ECS? Wait, am I tripping? Where did I put it? Oh, the file is still called entity system. Yeah, that might be why Ryder is having a little bit of trouble with it. Drawing. Yeah. My drunk ECS, yeah. That's valid, yeah. Okay, so hang on. Does it, Are you gonna import now? No, okay, so it's, I don't know, maybe this is just, entity system. Wrong ECS, yeah. Why is entity system in the engine or something? Entity system might be an engine directory. That's why it's actually acting like it's a valid directory. Okay, so copy this. I'm gonna rebuild and see if the math utils one goes away. Well, this is gonna have to rebuild everything now though, because I changed the file name. Oh, I wish I caught that before. Yeah, 106 things to rebuild. Here. Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait. So it didn't give me all those errors until the end. Thank you. You're so sweet and stinky. This is where Jonathan Blow's JAI would be really nice right now. Apparently, allegedly, 300k line code base can be compiled in 2 seconds, which he said was too long. Okay, the mymathutils.cpp did not resolve. Okay, I'm concerned that I can't actually static. Do I need the inline? Perhaps. Another change that's going to cause me to rebuild everything. I think I do need the inline there. That is going to make me rebuild everything. Dude, how long did that take me? I feel like I've been doing this for hours. I finished a whole sandwich. That's a good that's how I measure. That's how I'm gonna measure refactors from now on in terms of sandwiches. Oh, that was a 2 sandwich refactor. What scale changes are we talking about here? Oh, we're talking about 2 or 3 sandwich refactor. T-shirt size. Yeah, no t-shirt sizes. We measure in sandwiches. Yeah, I might get up and stretch while this fucking goes. With the standing desk there. Okay, let's see. Does that fix it? It fixed it. Oh, thank God. Oh, I was so worried that wasn't going to work. I don't know, something about the ENTT registry wasn't going to allow it. We did it!
I knew it! I knew it! That Mulan was a troublemaker from the start!
I know what this is, and I just need to remove. I used to have the subsystem loaded by the asset manager. Hello. Artie Woof. Welcome. We can close that. Wait, what is that? I don't need that. Okay, give me the asset manager. Is it in, is it project settings? Yes. Delete. Good. code. Okay, so that's... Yeah. There's so many that are broken, and it's all going to be stupid shit like this. Where it's like, all I have to do is disconnect it. Yeah, I guess all these just go away. Yeah, let's close all those. I might regret opening all of these. Okay, there's not that many. I hope that's all that there is. And that one I just renamed. Okay, this won't be too bad. Thankfully, I don't use blueprints too much. I don't know, like, what... How come it can't track parameter renames? I feel like that's something that it should be able to pick up on. I guess you need to specifically make the core redirect. Okay, so in that case, maybe writer's fault here. I don't know why that was like that. Oh shit, we made it into the editor. Yeah, we're here. I think, I hope that's it. Do not directly call event functions in interfaces. Oh, right. I'll execute get entity instead. That's annoying. Oh, that's only for if we're directly using the interface. Right, so there's not going to be too many places we do that at. Oh, right, and then I have to pass it the object. Which is weird, because it's like I already did that when I casted it. Entity, avatar, execute. I am, okay, hang on, just rebuild. Let me just search for all of this. Wait, why is it just now getting mad at me for this? It was because I guess because it's a blueprint native event, I suppose. Again, weird. Why do I need to do that? I think it's just get entity that I care about. Ugh. Entity context object. You know what? Let's just do a Control-Shift-R. That's concerning because I definitely changed that. Why? What did I accidentally do there? Okay, yeah, these are all the ones I need to go fix. Yeah, just kind of renaming these as I go along as well. And it looks like it would be nice if renaming that had a create core redirect option like renaming a class does. Alas, it does not. Just re-snacked our city up in here, though. I didn't realize how many places I used this at. Wait. Okay, that was weird. I must have bat-fingered somewhere. Entity context object. I'm glad there are so many of you who enjoy watching me re-snack her. Dude, this is okay. There's got to be a. Can I just like this is static? Wait, this is static. So I should just do this, right? Does it fail if it's not one? Yeah, let me look at this function. Cannot find declaration to go to. God damn. Unreal Engine, of course, always has to put like a little bit of fluff on top of things to make it just a little obscure. It would be nice if I could just use that static function for it, and then it would automatically handle if the thing is not an interface or not. Can I see the macro, what this generates? No. I would like to see the implementation of that function. Missed one. Missed a few, maybe. I think once I get this committed, it'll be GG's for me for the day. I would like to play some video games and work out. Hey, what software is this? This is Ryder, JetBrains IDE for Unreal Engine for game dev. Okay, is that all the places I need to change? Yeah, my computer probably wants to just give up right now. It's done so much compiling today. Almost there. Come on. A few more. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oh my god, there's so many broken. These are all the entity context changes, I assume. Yeah. Oh god. There we go. Yeah, we just need to grab, move you there. Or was that it? Oh no, there was one more somewhere. Okay. Okay. Oh geez, there's so many on this one. Okay. You and you and you. Come on, come on. I have only learned C++ basics for competitive programming. Is that all you need for competitive programming? I want to do something useful with what I've learned. Where should I get started? I am totally new to these. I mean, that depends on what you want to do. I mean, I would say you need to figure out what you want to do. That's where you should get started. Not like game dev, but like some good projects. I'm starting new, so need a hand to guide. You don't need a hand to guide you, man. You just got to come up with something you're interested in. Me telling you what kind of project to work on would lead you to working on something you're probably not interested in. I would recommend you find something that's interesting to you so that you are motivated to work on it. Oh, why didn't that, what is this? Okay, I guess I wasn't using that, so just delete it. Yep, I have basic DSA idea and good maths background. I don't think you necessarily need that to work on a project, but it's great that you've gotten started. Okay, so where is this at? Where am I still doing this at? Oh my god, I thought I looked at all these. Also, let me hang on. Go. I guess it would be in here where this file is at. Let me look here. Oh yeah, this is the implementation. Ram's return value. I guess it would return an invalid entity then at that point, based on this generated code. So yeah, I do think that the static one would be nice. Oh my god, there's so many places. Oh, there's still so many more places. A few comments that we don't care about. That is annoying that I can't just call the function anymore. It's on this. I guess I would have to call get entity implementation to call it directly, right? I mean, for these cases, I think that one does make more sense because it's literally on this. Okay. Can we finally run this without having that? Okay. And it's been a long stream. 6 hours. Not used to that anymore. God, everything's broken. Oh god, I have no move speed. Oh no, everything is broken. Oh no. Okay, so I think the archetypes need to be updated. For instance, the state tree for sure. Okay. Now for the character. I should put an archetype on here for the character. But I set it all up in C. In C++. Man, where did... Oh, God, there's so many places that could have gone wrong here. Let me just see. Or there's just more places that need to be updated that it didn't tell me about before. Like right here. This is null. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I need to, I think I need to explicitly clear the registry on end play. Yeah, I see that I am not doing that. I think there were some old entities in there. Oh, but then I call game mode. I don't think I need to do that anymore. Where else am I using this at? I should just call the game mode cleanup. Otherwise, it's going to be an infinite loop. What am I trying to do here? That's going to be another fat compile. That is going to be another fat compile right there. So game mode just basically cleans up the entities and instantiated processors, which I seem to have done twice. But I think I should just call, let me look here. Setup. Yeah, I'm just manually calling the region health effect. Okay. Yeah, I should just call, well, I don't need to clean up anything in game mode because I'm not using anything in game mode. Although it does like tick and stuff. I don't know if I care about that though. I think this will be fine for this test. God, can you imagine if I had test files for all of that stuff too? It'd be 500 files changed instead of just 258. And thus, Drong ECS was born from the ashes of my previous entity subsystem base. Cross your fingers that this is the last time I need to make a change in the Drong ECS file, because that's another thing for people using a writer. You can look up the includes hierarchy. So this is why this one takes so long, is because so many things include it. Now, what you want to avoid is stuff like this. Like, you should basically see as few header files in here as possible. Because that means anything that includes state tree utils is now transitively depending on Drong ECS. We want to avoid that. I think there's a reason that I'm doing it here. I think I have to. Maybe not. Maybe I can get rid of that. But this is one way. See, you can go through this and kind of optimize your imports, and then I would have a few less things to import. Now, my Drong ECS is the subclass of it, so it has to. I think you have to import into header file that, include that. I say import because I'm a dirty web dev initially. Yeah, but like I should not be using that in such places, right? In these header files, like I shouldn't need to do this. So doing this can cut down on those recompile times. Now entity utils, I think I do, like if I'm using the class in templated functions, that is like, yeah, I'm using it here. So I do have to here for this get entity data from context function, because it's a templated function. I should probably move that to a separate class. Like I should have a template version of entity utils that doesn't, you know, it's not used in very many places. Speed up compile times. Logging utils, yeah, I think I have to do it in here because I'm using it in the header file. That means everywhere I'm using that. Yeah, that's kind of a bad one. That is kind of a bad one. And I can put that in a, I do need to change it. That's kind of bad. I use the logging utils I use everywhere. I should. Yeah, there we go. So now, doing that, I can get rid of a lot of shit, actually. But now I'll probably need to go import that over here, yeah. And import this guy. Basically, try to use as many forward declarations in the header files as possible. And then I guess I need to import the player character just to return it. That's kind of lame. I'm returning it as an actor. That's kind of lame. Lame. This one, I think, yeah, it has some templated function that's being used for. That one can be straight up deleted. So yeah, we will, let's see how many we rebuild from that. We probably still need to rebuild all of them because I changed them as well. But future changes in drawing ECS should need to, like I'll refresh that. Yeah, so now logging utils isn't there anymore, so that should be better. Yeah, see, now we're only at 55. Like, that's a lot better. It's a lot better. And yeah, with a few, if I make a, you know, like a templated function or something, it'd be better. Okay, what did we break here? Drawing ECS, undeclared identifier here. Okay, so we were importing log utils. I guess we're not using that anymore. Yeah, a lot of these... Do I have a... I should make a CPP file for this. State tree context will probably be used in a lot of places. Not utils, context. Tree context. Oh, they're templated. Fuck. Okay, well, never mind. Yeah, I have to use it here. Yeah, I have to. Okay, never mind. Well, I'm just gonna... We have this... we have that file for if and when we need it. Never mind. Never mind. I was blind.
Dum 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 dum.
import some additional things now. Gonna make some dinner? Thanks, man. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we're almost done here. We're finishing up. Are we good? We're good. Okay. Yeah, it's a pretty sizable refactor. I'm glad I got that done today. That's gonna make things a hell of a lot easier to do moving forward. God, man. Oh, I'm gonna have to figure out what broke. That's gonna take some figuring out. Let me look at the vlogger real quick, see if that even shows anything. Oh yeah, we got something. Do you have like any attributes? You do. They're all 0. Well, mainly just like health and stuff, because your food and sleep and everything is fine. I may figure that out later. I think I maybe just want to commit this. It may have been in the view ability utils, like, yeah, the setup, maybe. Did we get here? Okay, and then we do have calc max health. Maybe we don't have the attributes. I mean, I said I added. So then it would mean the stats didn't get initialized. Set default attributes. Attribute mod effect data. Of course, I can't see any of that. Init attributes. Is it happening out of order now? Might just be out of order. Maybe I want the. Oh no! Now I have stuff. Now I have health and everything. And my targeting is broken. Where did the vlogger go? It's running. Yeah, things are slightly broken. Was it just the first time I started the engine? Like, if I restart here, does it work? Or no? I gotta start it once and then again. This probably has something to do with the... If that's the case, then it has something to do with the static registry. Yeah. And then the second time we start. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the WoW. I borrowed a few WoW assets, yeah. Okay, and no targeting works. Okay, so I don't... Yeah, some of the entity systems are not working properly. That's for sure. Okay, I'll have to dig into that some other time. I really want to commit this massive thing, 260 files now. But it's broken. So I don't want to commit something that's broken. I need to hop off. It's been almost 6.5 hours. So let's find someone to send you guys over to. On Twitch. Who do we have? Mort's fun. We'll send you guys over to Mort. Love his movement systems. You can amend it later. Yeah, I kind of want the to be able to see where I made the changes though as well as another thing. If I commit and amend, I kind of lose the the little blue markers to show me where I've changed things. That'll be helpful when I'm debugging this, I think. But yeah, I'm gonna get on out of here. Thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. It was a good one. It was fun. Some fun re-snackers. So I have to go back to work tomorrow, so probably be streaming less, more so in the morning. Yeah, maybe I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. We'll see. I don't know. Probably not. I'll probably just go to work tomorrow. Gotta get caught up on everything I missed. So yeah, that sucks. Okay, bye guys. Bye. Bye.